Um, thank you, Rafael. Good evening, council members. We're about to start this meeting. Members of the public, welcome to the People's House. Welcome to our new renovated council chamber. So good evening, everyone. On behalf of the Paterson Municipal Council, I welcome you to the regular meeting of March 18, 2025 at 7 p.m. The meeting is now called to order. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Roll call for the regular meeting of March 18th, 2025. Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila. Councilman Jackson. Councilman Kalik. Councilwoman Mims.
I'm here and ready to serve.
Councilman Omar.
Here.
Councilman Udin. Councilman Velez.
Welcome, everyone. I'm here.
Council President.
Present, Madam Clerk.
There's 7 here, 2 absent. The meeting is now open.
Council President.
Just a minute, Madam Clerk, after the prayer.
Oh.
The prayer, Madam Clerk.
Okay.
Members.
All right, thank you. The prayer tonight will be rendered by Reverend Della McCall, Director of Cultural Affairs, followed by the flag salute led by Honorable Councilwoman Maritza Davila.
The prayer.
I know.
Let us all
Is she
stand
in
for the prayer. Is
One
she-
second, is she in the audience?
Is she here? Is Della here? Where is she? They're parking? Yes. Okay. You want, I'm sorry.
Okay, so, yeah, we could sit for a minute. Let's wait the guest that will handle the prayer for us. Just to give us a minute. Let's give a few minutes. No problem. That's fine. That's fine. Madam Clerk, there's two items that Councilwoman Mims sent an email to just add on the consent agenda. So I don't know if, but they are on the non-consent. Is that correct, Councilwoman Mims?
Yes, items 64 and 65 I sent an email. They should be on consent agenda.
Yeah,
64 and 65.
they're already on there. They're on there.
Huh?
61 and 65?
No, 64 and 65. They're on non-consent, but I sent an email. Yes.
64 and 65.
I think they're already on consent. Oh, 64 and 60. Okay, I got you.
So, Council President, when Madam Clerk is reading, if these 2 items can be included.
Yes. So, Madam Clerk, on the record, items 64 and 65 will be on the consent agenda. So. So, which one is you say that everybody here for now? Now this for.
Council President, she's here.
Okay, so now the person that is doing the prayer is our commissioner. So please stand.
Let us pray. God our Father, we thank you yet for another day that you have blessed us, a day that you have allowed us to see. Father, we ask today that you would come into this chamber and that you would bless this city like never before. God, we ask you regulate the meeting tonight. God, we ask your power and your will to come in this place to do city's business for your people. Now, God, I ask that you would continue to keep us clear, give us a clear mind and clarity of what it is that you want for your people. God, we bind everything that's not like you. God, we ask that you would bless our police department and our fire departments and our DPW, that they would be able to serve your people. Keep our streets safe, oh God. Allow your spirit to move like never before. Now, God, I ask that you would just be the ruler of all things. Allow your spirit, God, to move and to hover over this place. Allow your Shekinah glory, God, to fill those that are anointed, that they may be an access to what we need in this city. Bless every church. Bless every pastor, every bishop, every apostle. Allow them to know when and how to come before you on our behalf. And Father, I ask now that you would even bless our schools, bless our children, cover them from the crowns of their heads to the soles of their feet. Allow your spirit, oh God, to bless them and to keep them and to protect them. Now, God, I charge your people to do as you say, that if they are your people called by your name, that they will humble themselves and seek your face and hear your voice. Tonight, God, we bless you, and we give you all the honor and the glory. We give you all praise that is to you. I pray this prayer in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, in the name of Allah, in the name of Jehovah, because we know there is only one God, and you will get the glory at the end. Let all God's people give him praise.
Amen.
Please remain standing. Now let's do a moment of silence for those. I'm sorry, the flag salute. Spend the time. Careful, Councilwoman.
Flag of our country, salute.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Now let's remain standing. Let's do a moment of silence for those that lost a loved one in this community, for the family of Abraham, a young man that lost his life in the city of Paterson, for our troops, and for the city of Paterson. A moment of silence, please. Thank you. You may be seated. Council members and members of the public, before we're getting to our agenda, so we have a presentation from Councilwoman Maritza Davila and Councilwoman Rubical. Councilwoman.
Council President.
And Councilwoman Mims. That's right.
Council President, do you want me to do the statement of compliance first, or?
Yes, you gotta do that.
Sure.
Me do that?
Until they're getting ready, Madam Clerk, can you read the statement of compliance?
Absolutely. Statement of compliance with the Open Public Meetings Law 2024-2025, meeting date March 18th, 2025, at 7:00 p.m. Adequate notice of this meeting was compiled and disseminated in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Law in the following manner. 1, the annual notice of regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council was compiled for the year 2024-2025 on or about July 1st, 2024. 2, a schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2024-2025 was duly transmitted on or about July 1st, 2024 to the North Jersey Herald News, the Record, the Arabic Voice, the Italian Voice, the Passaic County Post, Dominicana News, La Quisqueya International, El Especial, the Paterson Press, the City Post News, Tap Into Paterson, the Weekly Bangla Patrika, in addition to any other publication duly requesting such notices. 3, the schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2024-2025 was prominently posted in the lobby of City Hall first floor in the place reserved for the announcements of this type. 4, the schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2024-2025 was duly filed with the municipal clerk. And 5, a copy of the schedule of regular meetings of the Municipal Council was mailed to any person who requested and paid the fee authorized by the Open Public Records Act. Council President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now let's proceed with a presentation from Councilwoman Maritza Davila, Councilwoman Melissa Mintz, and Councilwoman Ruby Cotton.
Thank you so much. Good evening and blessings to all. I'm so happy to be here this evening. And you know, this resolution that was passed quite a few months ago, Councilwoman Cotton and I, you know, we debated back and forth, and you know, we were not in the chambers, and we felt that we wanted to do something special for this individual. Everyone is special, especially when they're acknowledged, you know, through a resolution or a council citation. But this individual was brought to my attention, you know, because, I mean, we're born and raised in Paterson, but we don't know everyone, right? And so, you know, I want to thank Ms. Brenda Prince. I don't know if she's in the room today, but she reached out to me and she said, Councilwoman, do you know that we have a star amongst us? Do you know that we have a 5-time Grammy nominee? Do you know? And she kept on. And I said, you know what? Well, thank you for letting me know. Please send all of her information. Let me review it. Brought it to council, spoke to Councilwoman Cotton and to my colleagues, and it was a unanimous support. And normally we don't do this, but for all of you who do not know who she is, I want her to stand, and that is Ms. Chanel Red. So before you come up, all right, I want to read this resolution because I think it is very important for you to understand why on Women's History Month, we are acknowledging this lovely soul who is a born and raised Patersonian from the Riverview Towers. So, you know, with that said quickly, whereas Chanel Red Irving, born and raised in the Riverview Towers, Paterson, New Jersey, found her passion for music early on by immersing herself in the vibrant hip-hop and R&B scenes at the CCP Recreation Center, which significantly influenced her artistic journey. And whereas inspired by the iconic sounds of the Rapper's Delight by the Sugar Hill Gang and Do You Wanna Rock by the Sequence at the age of 14, Chanel set her sights on becoming a rapper, singer, and songwriter with early support from her family, marking the beginning of her remarkable career. And whereas Chanel's dedication to her craft led her from graduating Eastside High School to pursuing music full-time after attending Florida A&M University, where she transitioned from journalism, my degree, to her true calling in the music industry. And whereas she traveled globally managing artists like Adiva and KRS-One, formed the group Thick, and secured a record deal with Pocket Town EMI, demonstrating her resilience and entrepreneurial spirit despite early setbacks in her career. And whereas in 2002, Chanel co-founded Big Draws Music, achieving significant success as a songwriting duo with Tanisha Blacks, and became the first female writing duo to sign with Warner Chappell Music Group, contributing to the careers of numerous notable artists. And whereas Chanel expanded her talents to artist development and business management, co-founding Fat House Entertainment and creating the Writers' Rumble, a reality show on Tubi that educates and entertains audiences about the music industry. And whereas Chanel's dedication to her community is evident through initiatives like Music in Motion, which partners with local organizations to support young, musically talented individuals in Paterson, while also participating in various community events to promote mental health awareness and youth empowerment. And whereas through her diverse talents as a songwriter, producer, artist, developer, and filmmaker, Chanel has made significant contributions to the music industry and her community, embodying the spirit of innovation and resilience, making her a revered figure and a secret weapon in a male-dominated industry. So, now therefore, let it be resolved on Women's History Month that we are acknowledging, okay, this municipal council in the city of Paterson, that the council hereby recognizes and honors 5-time Grammy nominee Chanel Red Irving for her contributions and accomplishments. Congratulations. Come on.
Thank you, Councilwoman Davila. Please come up, Chanel. I have known Chanel for long time, from Presidential Boulevard where my mom lived. But you know what? She has put this city on the map. And I tell you, every time you see Lieutenant Sharon Easton doing an event, she's in the background. She's in the back, bringing those artists here to our city. She has a connection to the artists that we don't have connection to. And I want to say congratulations. I appreciate you. You're going to go further. You're in the music business. You know, we already know it's a male dominant, but you know, females are getting in there. We are getting in there, and we're going to get there. And I want to say to you, you got some people here in the Paterson who's sitting in the audience that's behind you 100%. So we want to wish you a happy Women's Month, Chanel Red. God bless you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Councilwoman Mims?
And so there's many times in life that people, whether they wanted to or didn't, they never come back to say thank you. And the 3 women of the council and the men, we wanted to make sure that you got your flowers while you can smell them. Thank you for always being here, for artists that people have never heard of, listening to music that you're like is probably not going to go anywhere, but you're going to help them anyway, sitting in booths, sitting in their homes, sitting in your car. Back in the day when they had VH tapes and all types of stuff, you were there from that moment even till now. But thank you for all the people that you touch that are now have turned to gold. You are a woman who rock. We honor you, we admire you, and we respect you. And thank you so much for staying in the great city of Paterson. We love you.
So at this time, we're gonna go to the middle, right? But you have to say a few words, all right? And I just want you to know I was looking forward to the red hair, right? But I also saw you said it's time for change. So with that said, congratulations, and here's to you.
Wow. It's funny what you could do on paper, pen, and music and not be able to do right here in front of you guys. But I just want to say thank you. I'm teary-eyed because I wish my mother was here. I know she's looking down upon me. And I love working with young talent, helping them do and be great in what they do. And I will continue to do that for the city of Paterson and just anybody that's looking to be great. So I'm here for the children. I've been doing music since I was 14. I'm 57. And I'm blessed to still be working with major artists. And I'm just blessed, and I thank you guys for acknowledging that.
Thank you. I got you.
We also have plants better than flowers.
Use the mic.
Doing a lot for everyone. And sometimes people don't see, and I say when people don't see, that's because you ain't out there. If you were out there, you would see. And we done seen you many, 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 many times. And we want to present these flowers to you because you have truly been out there helping our young people to achieve some of the goals that they want to achieve. Chanel, we appreciate you, we appreciate you, we appreciate, and we love you dearly. Thank you. Uh-huh.
Council member, let's take our group picture with our honorees right now.
Wow.
Thank you, Paterson. Let's put our hands together for our honorees one more time. Let's celebrate Paterson. Congratulations once again. So let's start with this agenda. Council members and members of the public, we have 76 items in our agenda. We have to add 3 more items. Let's start with payment of bills. Councilwoman Davila, payment of bills. Oh. Yes.
Corporation Counsel, where is our CFO?
She put a blue pen on her desk. I'm sorry.
Okay, good evening once again to my council colleagues. If you look, this summary of disbursements is for a total of $7,192,987.91. There was not many computer checks. The computer checks mostly were all pertaining to West Side Park. In addition, it was a payroll week, of which 5 million of the 7 million, 5,736,680 cents was for payroll. So my recommendation for this summary of disbursements is for payment of bills.
Second.
Second.
Thank you. It was a motion for payment of bill moved by Councilwoman Davila and second by Councilman Velez and Councilwoman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on payment of bills.
Roll call. on the-
Discussion, Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Council President. So, as questioned during the workshop, I think, Raphael, you could probably turn the mics down just a little bit. We still haven't gotten an outline, or I haven't received an outline, which detailed description of why the personnel director had received an additional $15,000 pay increase. I'm still waiting for an outline description of why she had received a pay increase some time ago, which she failed to render her services as doing the payroll, and we had to hire and outsource a third-party company. As I notated before, obviously in the audience today, we have Ms. Hannibal, who was decorated, 2 master's degrees, a wealth of experience, who was not only neglected a pay increase when she held the same position, but the city still owes her money today. Here, this person who was hired without a college degree, who still doesn't have the credentials that Ms. Hannibal possessed, is just being privy to pay increases after pay increases after pay increases without an explanation to this council who's supposed to be responsible for the spending of the city. So can we get a detailed description of why this person received this substantial pay increase
Council
to
President.
$105,000?
Councilwoman Davila.
Council President, once again, as I stated in last week's workshop, whenever there is an individual being discussed, specifically a personnel matter, I don't think it should be discussed unless the person is right. And I have no problems with those questions being asked, but I think they should be done accordingly. I think it's incorrect to be making certain comments that are incorrect, that were made last week, and now, making the statements of asking for explanations. I mean, why don't you come to finance, try to get your answers there. If you are not okay with the answers given in a committee, then you could bring it forth. I'm that type of a person. But you don't and should not discuss somebody's position, okay, without the person being here. I think that that's wrong, and I think for anyone, I'll stand for anyone that is being discussed, and you're not saying the person's name, but you're saying the person's title. It is very easy to look up who that person is. So with that said, I just want to make that statement. Those questions are asked. They should be asked to the administration. These things, increases go through DCA, through the state of New Jersey. This is not something that the mayor can, with his pen, say, here you go, here's 15,000, here's 30,000. All of that is approved by DCA by a memo of understanding, okay, MOU, that DCA has to sign off. The same thing with hiring. If the person was hired without a degree at the time, look at her credentials now. There were statements made that the individual, that the city is paying for their master's degree.
Right.
That's uncalled for, and it's incorrect, and I think that we need to clarify and just stick to task and speak on truth.
Thank you, Councilwoman Davila. Duly noticed. Councilman Jackson will be part of the Finance Committee on the next meeting before the workshop. That way you guys can have that discussion. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on payment of bills.
Roll call on the payment of bills in the amount of $7,192,987.91. Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. To the members of the public, this is why, if you see me consistently voting no, this is an example of why. First of all, discussing, I've never mentioned the person's name, and she went on and outlined some things that she felt was positive about the situation. The DCA does not oversee spending in the city of Paterson. The city council does. The city council is responsible for the spending in the city of Paterson. We're responsible for creating the budget. We're responsible for standing and making sure that the administration is held accountable to the spending. And every time we sit here and just simply vote yes and be a blank yes vote, it allows them to do whatever. And then you have certain council members that utilize the excuse of DCA. It's the city of Paterson is being run by who? By the DCA or by the city council? Or by a rogue mayor who just puts in place whoever he wants to put in place. You know, the fact of the matter is, there's individuals that, I mean, in various departments in the city that have a difficult time, they're being paid way under the minimal, the median household income, but yet are expected to do, you know, all kinds of jobs. How about the clerks who have to work relentless hours, bringing forward these pieces of agendas and these articles, and not one of them are making close to 6 figures. This person here is not a resident of the city of Paterson, lied on the resume. I do not want to have a private conversation. I want to have a conversation so the public is fully aware of how the mayor is spending and how the council is not being responsible and holding them accountable. And because of that, Madam Clerk, my vote is no.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Mims. Councilwoman Mims.
Yes, so 98% of this bill's list on tonight is to pay our employees. The remainder of this bills list is for through a program we have in the city where it helps people with their rental assistance. So I'm just going to advise the public sometimes just take a look at what we're voting on, because that's what we're voting on tonight. This is not any of the whatever else has been mentioned. Tonight's bills list is very short. It's not detailed and long like some of the others in the past. 98% is for employees, and I know we have a lot of employees sitting here because you're waiting on your contracts tonight. We're voting to make sure you get paid. The remainder of this is for people that have applied for rental assistance. There are other things as far as copier machine repair and repairs in the city. If you look through that agenda, I'm sure you will vote in the same way we would. The vote is yes. We got to pay our employees. They work hard. They deserve to get their paychecks. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Omar.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilman Velez.
I have learned something now since I'm sitting here is that when I have any kind of discrepancy or questions to the administration, I use a method that one, speak to the administration, second, send an email, third, if I don't get a response, then I have to put it in public to make sure that there's clarity in everything that we do. So saying that, fiscal monitor, the DCA is the fiscal monitor of the city of Paterson. So everything that we approve in every resolution, if it matters finance or anything that DCA had to look into it, it says in the resolution or whatever, it says pending DCA approval. In this case about salary or whatever they brought on the table without consent of the whole entire council, it could be discussed and then bring clarity to the public when we get the real facts. Saying that, my vote is yes to payment of bills.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Council President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Madam Clerk, and thank you to my council colleague for that. Just quick explanation. We've received $27 million from the state to balance our budget, in the city of Paterson. And yes, DCA is the entity that monitors every financial move from the city of Paterson. And that's a decision from the administration. And this payment of bill is important that the community just take a look at the payment of bills, not only payment for our employees that deserve to get payment, but all the vendors that do business with the city of Paterson, and especially the rent assistance program that is here. It has nothing to do with that position that the councilman was alluded to about the increase. I would recommend the councilman to be on the finance committee, and also I would love to invite the councilman to the next meeting with DCA. That way he could ask questions to the state, since we meet every month on the second floor with the VA and the administration. So my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Council President. The votes are 6 in favor, 1 against, 2 absent. Payment of bills is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, can we do the consent agenda? We have item 13 through 63 plus Councilwoman Cotton. Let's go to the consent agenda. We add that later. To add it later.
Can you please sign?
Yes. Can we do the consent agenda, Madam Clerk? Item 13 through 63, plus 64 and 65 from Councilwoman Mims.
Yes. Consent agenda items number 13 through 65, with the exception of item number 48 that was taken off.
Yes.
All matters listed under the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the council and will be enacted by one motion. The items listed under the consent agenda are numbers 13 through, 65. What did I say? 65. Any item may be removed from the consent agenda by the request of any council member, and if so removed, will be treated as a separate matter.
So moved.
It was moved by Councilman Velez, Councilwoman Mims, and Councilwoman Ruby Cotton. Councilwoman Davila, and second by Councilwoman Ruby Cotton. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on the consent agenda, item 13 through 65.
Roll call on the consent agenda. Councilwoman Cotton? Yes. Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims?
So I just want to say, in the item we're voting on, there is the AFSCME contract, which is being voted on. I know we have employees here. I also want to acknowledge two things. One, for a really, really hard-working employee who's been with the city for 28 years, very faithful and dedicated to the city of Paterson. Mr. Clarence Anderson, thank you for your hard work and all that you do, from the library to everything you've done for our city. We appreciate you. And then in the passing of my cousin, Pastor Laura Jackson, who we will funeralize on this Friday, my condolences to her husband, my cousin Bishop Coswell Jackson, to their daughter Precious and the granddaughter Madison. Please keep our family in prayer. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Omar?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
There's a lot of items here, about one to four items that are really important, and is the settlement of contract, DPW, blue collars, et cetera, et cetera. Would like to ask the administration, as soon as this is passed today, they look for the finance to, if there's any retroactive, to pay them quickly, for they could at least get a decent vacation, right, with that money. Second, I know there's a gentleman back there. I want to stand up, Mims. The gentleman that used to work, retired from DPW. You know, this gentleman used to work, what's his name, Terrence? Stand up for a minute. You see that gentleman back there? 25 years in DPW. Yeah. 25 years. And let me say this. I asked him, hey, well, you haven't seen you in the recycling truck. Oh, I retired about 6 months ago, something like that. Some things that we don't know sometimes. But listen, thank you. Thank you for your dedication. Thank you for keeping Paterson clean. For real, it's not DPW fault, it's the people fault, okay? So thank you for your service. Thank you for your service. And you still look young. If you want to get another part-time with us, you could come out with any problem. Terrence from the library, always accoladed, always there in the library, always taking care of anybody that go to the parking lot and making those seniors comfortable when they go into that library. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you for your service. And saying this, my vote is yes to the consent agenda.
Thank you, Councilman. Council President?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you. Mr. Terrence Anderson, I met you in 2004 in front of the library, and I used to see you picking up needles in front of the library. And I mean, you being a role model for the city of Paterson. I just want to say thank you for your 28 years of service to the city of Paterson. Those are the great things that we need to talk about. People that are giving their life to the city of Paterson, working every single day. I used to see you in the morning, in the afternoon, taking care of the whole block, making sure that our children are okay on the way to school in the afternoon. And as I mentioned, picking up needles and all the stuff in front of the library, you make that change on that library. God bless you, and I'm looking forward to see you in front of the council with this citation. I know Councilwoman Mims will do something nice for you, and we all gonna be right here behind you saying thank you for your great service. God bless you, brother. Thank you. And to my brother from DPW, thank you, brother, for your 25 years of service. I used to stay here at 7-Eleven every morning, 8 o'clock, and he tried to buy coffee. I mean, you're such a nice and beautiful person. You have a great heart. And every time I see you out there doing the work, you're always smiling. You're always kind with people. You're always respectful with people. That's the kind of thing that we have to acknowledge. And definitely, you are a role model. We should follow your lead. It doesn't matter. Behind the truck, you're doing your work, and you're smiling to the people, and you're just there to help the community. God bless you, brother, and congratulations. Enjoy your retirement. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk. Thank you.
Thank you, Council President. The votes are 7 in favor,
Council
2
President.
absent. The consent agenda is hereby
Council President.
Thank you, Councilwoman Mims.
So just quickly to my Secretary Sophia, for Clarence's item, can we do frame it in blue? And for Pastor Laura, framed in purple? And I need them both by Thursday. Pastor Laura, purple, Clarence, blue. Thank you.
Council President?
Thank you, Council President.
Councilman Jackson. Thank you, Councilwoman.
Thank you.
All right.
So, Council President, I just want a brief moment to place something on record. You know, I want to say a huge thank you to my council colleagues for acknowledging, you know, those who need to be acknowledged. Clarence, your service through the years, man, has been priceless. But I would be remiss if I didn't address this matter that's sitting heavy on my chest. So, to the members of the public, tonight on the consent agenda, we have a resolution authorizing a sister city agreement between the city of Paterson, New Jersey, and the city of Kenitra, Morocco. So, and not to say that, you know, maybe we should be sister cities with all kinds of cities all around the world. But, Council President, at last week's workshop agenda, I introduced two pieces of legislation that you chose not to entertain, not to have a discussion, and you also chose not to include it in the agenda. The one was a requirement for buildings over 4 units for anyone that had more than 15% senior citizens living in the building, that it would require for those buildings to provide 24-hour security and 24-hour surveillance. I did all the work, I did all the research, sent it to legal. It was placed on the workshop agenda, and clearly, the operation of the council says that any council member shall place any item on the agenda the Friday before the workshop, or before the workshop, and such item shall move forward to the regular meeting. Obviously, my item was here for the workshop, and you chose not to move forward. Now, I want to say this, and to the public, I hope everyone, at home would appreciate this. Brother Omar and myself, we spoke outside. We spoke on a few different occasions. I don't want anyone to believe that this is an attempt to assassinate the character of Brother Omar. Just had a conversation with a gentleman in the back of the room who talks about, that we all should allow grace. And I definitely agree with that. But tonight in the audience, I have a young lady who parked in front of McDonald's yesterday, and when she went into McDonald's, cop came out and he addressed her very inappropriately. In fact, he started cursing at her. He was very belligerent, and the young lady said, "Listen, you don't have to talk to me that way." Now, it just so happens that this young lady's black, and within the next 15 or so minutes, her kid's father was in handcuffs. He stated to the cop more than a dozen times, "I have a pacemaker, I have a pacemaker, I have something in my chest." The cop slapped him, punched him, and forced him in handcuffs. They were slamming the two of them against the car. And I want to ask anybody in here tonight, if any gentleman that's here, you walked up on your significant other and she was being issued a summons, and you asked the cop, "Officer, what's the problem?" or whatever you asked them, how many of us expect to be thrown in handcuffs and treated like a criminal? We don't. So this is the reason why it's important to me when a comment is made that refers to black people to be similar to Batman, as they never leave without Robin. These are the types of things, the stereotypes. We know that if you were in South Paterson and there was somebody from South Paterson that had an exchange with a cop, he would not have been thrown in handcuffs. And if the incident happened in Clifton, and there was an individual who addressed the cops in Clifton, he would not be thrown in handcuffs. And then if he expressed to the cop that he has a pacemaker, he would then be treated with care, courtesy, and the abrasiveness from the officer would not continue. Just now somebody sent me something that talks about Trump erases black, Latino, and female veterans from the grave sites in Arlington Cemetery. And listen, we all deal with these inherent biases and prejudices. My point that I was making, Council President, that you arbitrarily, through your arbitrary unilateral decision-making process, which this council is not in being to operate. I was going to do what Councilman Velez did. I was going to read the ordinance, but I'm not going to be so childish and so petty. My point is, I want to place it on public record that I do not support any person that is appointed. If you're elected, that's fine. Donald Trump has these views. He was elected by the majority of the people of this country. But to be appointed, there's a higher standard. And I'm going to just say this last thing. The problem with the city of Paterson is that this council is not taken serious. The city of Paterson is in the condition that it's in. It looks the way it does because the voters believe that the seats that this council holds are not that important. They believe that anybody, just because you're black or just because you're Spanish or just because you're Arab, you're eligible to hold a council seat. The people that are here are making decisions on a $300 million budget. And as you see, we just go down the line and vote yes, 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 yes. $300 million. We don't hold the administration accountable. We let them spend however they want to spend. I want to know if the successful businesses in the 6th Ward would have hired the appointed councilman to run their business. These seats are running the city. So to place somebody here with no experience, or let me say shortage of experience, I don't even know what the experiences are, just because they're of a certain ethnic group is not how things are supposed to be conducted. And I'm going to say this last thing because I want to place this on record. Last week, I was miscategorized just like the black man coming out of McDonald's was yesterday. And I'll place the video on my Facebook page so all you guys can see this kind of treatment that an innocent person would receive. And then they take them down and charge them with disorderly conduct. We're going to rough you up, punch you in the chest. We don't care you have a pacemaker. We'll treat you inhumane. Now, G's not here tonight, but many of you are here. You guys see Corporation Counsel walk over and talk to various people. He's walked over to my desk and has spoken to me on a number of different occasions. Last week, I walked over to him to talk to him about my items. He refuses to talk to me, which, by the way, is his job to answer to the council. I am a council person. I then say to him, I was elected by 30,000 people in my ward, which I represent. He says, you were elected by 30,000 people, asked to make jokes about the low voter turnout, right? I represent 30,000 individuals in the 1st Ward. Him refusing to speak to me is him not giving representation to the people that I represent. Lastly, he says, get out of my face. Oh. And I said, make me get out your face. Not as a violent threat. Listen, I'm here to speak to you professionally. Council President.
Council President, point of order.
Council members, Councilman Jackson.
I'm going to place this on record. You will be here all day. Do you want to take an adjournment? You want to take a recess, or are you going to allow me to finish?
Council President,
there's
point
a
of
lot
order.
of members of the community that came here to speak, and there's a lot of important items on the agenda.
Well, again, my issue with my item not making the agenda is a very important item.
Okay.
You arbitrarily and unilaterally making the decision to exclude my item.
Point of order, Councilman Davila.
What's the point of order?
Okay.
The point of order is, Councilman Jackson, that you're discussing a situation that occurred last week with Corporation Counsel.
So what's the point of order?
I believe, Councilman,
you have to state a law or a measure to the authority.
I think you are out of order.
Okay, you have to have a reason why. You just you can't just think.
We should maintain to our agenda and what we came to do today. It seems like every meeting, all you want to do is argue. Every meeting,
thank you. Councilman
every meeting has to be disrupted. Can we stop it already?
Yes.
Can we stop it with the attacks?
Before we begin, I'm a council person. I'm a council person who I placed items on the workshop agenda which was excluded.
Okay.
Which was excluded from the regular meeting agenda.
And you can have that.
May I respond?
Okay.
You have the right to have that.
And I'm asking the question, and you're getting in the way of me asking the question.
Councilman Jackson, because I said point of order because you're discussing a situation
well, in order to call
and
a
you're
point of
making
order,
statements about Corporation Counsel telling you to get out of your face.
Councilman Davila.
You have to call a point of order by a rule, Councilwoman. That's how this works.
Councilwoman Davila, that's my
rule. There's a rule.
Thank you.
You have to state a rule. That's what a point of order is.
Councilman Jackson, we opened the floor for you for 20 minutes. Just allow the councilman to speak.
It hasn't been 20 minutes,
Yes, it's almost. Now, let me
close here.
No, let me respond to you. Now, may I have your attention?
You can respond after I'm finished, Council President. I had the floor. I was not finished. So yet again,
respectfully, wrap it up, please.
Corporation Counsel, who chooses not to address my items, not only is he not doing the work for me, I did all the work. I researched the items, and you as the chair with the, because you just told me he sent me an email. I guess through his advice and consent, excluded my items, which is disenfranchising the voters in which I represent. So I wanted to place this on record because there was several council members who then went on the line while they were speaking to say, look at him, being disruptive. I have the right to speak to Corporation Council. I'm a professional, and just because he does not agree with the things that I'm talking about does not give him the right to not address my concerns. And I'll rest it there.
Duly noticed. Now, let me respond to you. Before council members, we have items here, extremely important item that a lot of members of the public, they're just waiting for us to take action in those items that will help the community. But if we don't take action, we will affect the community. And this time, our main responsibility is to go over the agenda. Let me answer to you now. You are a member of the legal committee. One of the main reasons why I put you on the legal committee is because you constantly have problems with items. And you blaming me as council president that I don't place your item on the agenda. Let me respond to you. My responsibility with the city of Paterson and with this council is I will not put nothing on this agenda that has not been reviewed and signed by our corporation counsel. He's the city lawyer. My recommendation to you is put a committee meeting together, attend the meeting, and have those discussions with corporation counsel. It's not true. There's other items that after you have a discussion, he placed it on the agenda. Now, when you asked me in the beginning, I told you, you have an email from corporation counsel. Let's have a discussion, and let's put it back on the workshop once it's get ready and review and be signed by corporation counsel. We've been sued, there's been so many lawsuits against the city, and we have to protect the city as a governing body. Thank you.
Council President.
Councilman Jackson, bless.
Thank you. Council President, just let's keep in mind, you see those 3 little girls over there? I'm looking at their faces, and they look at each other looking like, what's going on? Like, what's going on? So let's keep in mind, we got people, audience out there watching this meeting. We got people here that want to see this agenda moving forward. But more important, those little kids out there, they watching, and you know.
Thank you, Councilman.
I apologize.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Madam Clerk, let's go and let's do item 76 out of the non-consent agenda. Sorry, Corporation Council. Let me open the floor for a minute.
Council President, yes,
it's already
thank you.
on the agenda, Councilwoman.
Yes, thank you, Council President. So I won't get into what Councilman Jackson's allegations are, other than to say they're untrue. But in regards to his item, I will note for the record just a few points. First, I personally rewrote the last 2 or 3 pieces of legislation that Councilman Jackson put his name on and was passed. Second, in terms of the item that he's referencing from the last agenda, I sent him an email on January 3rd, 2025, addressing this item. I CC'd everyone on the council. And the email is rather lengthy, but I ended it in the following way. As such, while the law department cannot sign off as to the legality of Councilman Jackson's proposed ordinance, subject to the foregoing, the law department can approve an ordinance that meets the above criteria. Please advise if the law department can be of further assistance. Unfortunately, Councilman Jackson didn't take me up on that. I've never heard from him again about this legislation, and I sent this email to him in January. So any statement that I am somehow not working with the people of the First Ward is categorically false. And any statement that I'm not working directly with Councilman Jackson, notwithstanding his actions, is also categorically false. Thank you.
Thank you, Corporation Counsel. I received that email, and all of the council members received the email, the response that legal sent to Councilman Jackson. And we're not lying. He has a problem. He doesn't want to work with Corporation Counsel. My advice always been, listen, we're here to work together. If you have a project that helps the city, I'm here to work with all my council colleagues. Madam Clerk, let's do item 76 on the non-consent agenda.
I'm sorry, Council President, what was the number?
Item 76, which is resolution determining the Lafayette Affordable Village Housing Project. No, it's not added. It's already on the agenda.
76.
17 is added.
76.
76, sorry.
Item number 76 is a resolution determining that the Lafayette Affordable Village Housing Project meets or will meet an existing housing need in the city of Paterson. It's from Economic Development, Resolution Number 25:172.
Second.
It's moved by Councilwoman Davila, Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Mims.
No, I can't.
And Councilwoman, Councilwoman, roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 76.
No.
Let her clarify
She
what she
can't.
said.
She can't second it.
She cannot say.
No, she
Council-
didn't second. It was
Yeah.
moved by Councilwoman Davila, Councilman Velez, and Councilwoman Mims,
Yes,
second by Council President.
right.
Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 76.
Roll call on item number 76 for adoption. Councilwoman Cotton.
Madam Clerk, let the record reflect that Councilwoman Cotton is rescuing herself from this item.
Recusing.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Davila.
As someone who, let me rephrase what I was going to say. As being part of the Economic Development Committee, it is very important that we review items, and, this item did come after we had our committee meeting, but after further review and understanding through legal that this is specific to a letter of support that indicates that affordable housing is needed in a project that's going to be established on Lafayette Ave, and that different entities like Jumpstart and other organizations are going to come together to partner up and have what's called affordable housing, not just for seniors or grandparents raising grandchildren, but also young adults, all right, veterans. So I think I have not seen this type of project within the city of Paterson that combines all of that. So I am looking forward, and yes, I do support this letter of support so they can go out and see if they're able to obtain those monies to be able to move forward with the affordable housing village project on Lafayette Ave. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So I'm gonna just address Joe. I did receive the email. The fact of the matter is it didn't have any legal context of why this thing was improperly written. So whenever we're talking about legislation, it has to be law that is accompanied by, but we'll get into that later. And to the young ladies, you're gonna view me tonight being starkly different because I'm a firm believer that our city is suffering. Our city is suffering. It's so dirty. Yes, a few days ago, I got a phone call from Ms. Cameo Black as a young man who lost his life on Market Street, was shot 8 times. And it's because of the decision-making that's happening here. Now, this item, which has to do with affordable housing, is another noted failure of the city. Because many of you who grew up in here, Joe Keys, you being one, right? What does this sound like? Programming that goes on within the building being affordable? It sounds like Christopher Columbus projects. It sounds like the Alabama Avenue projects, right? But we have dropped the ball when it comes to affordable housing in our community. We have allowed third-party investors to take over our housing. We have sold out the Paterson Housing Authority, which this council has the ability, has the authority over. We created the Housing Authority. So you have a reduction of inventory while them tearing down 4 large buildings, and they put that which had over 1,500 units to put 300 units there, of which those units, there are people that live there are being charged in excess close to $3,000 a month. These are the Housing Authority properties. This is the Paterson Public Housing Units that this council refuses. I sat there, I was a starch no on the 5th Avenue project because the 5th Avenue project was the same third-party developer who took that over, who built the subpar condition facilities, who's charging market rate for rents in the housing projects. So now we have a developer who's coming forward to bring this project forward, and luckily he's partnering with some of us, but we're relying on the developers to do what the city's job is, to provide low-income, affordable, clean housing, to give families the opportunities to start to lift themselves up. So, I mean, I have no other choice. I'm actually happy to support this, but I will not do it without pointing out the fact that the city has dropped the ball. This council has dropped the ball. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
So in our community, there's a definite need for more housing. We get calls every day. We send them to different places to reach out, and there is definitely a need. So when something comes before us where we can assist by just doing a letter of support is beneficial. But I think this one goes beyond that. This one, where an entity reaches out to someone who has been a pillar in our community like Jamie Bland, who has saved so many of our young people's lives through her program, her development work. I see one of her guest speakers here. And I don't like to, one of the things I hate to hear when we muddy the water with other stuff, when we're trying to really uplift the great work of our community organizers and people that have been boots on the ground, especially from the 4th Ward, like our Jamie Bland. I just want to say I salute you for being someone that they have partnered with to make sure that in this particular space that we can continue to save our lives of our young men and our young women. With that stated, I'm not going to say anything further. Community, please read the items that we're voting on so that you will be very clear as to what is being voted on and or supported on tonight. There's needs in our community. We are here to vote on solutions, and here's one on tonight. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Omar.
There is definitely a need for affordable housing in all communities. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Udine.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good evening, Paterson. First of all, my apologies for coming late to the council meeting, for breaking fast at 7:10-ish time. So again, housing crisis everywhere in the state, and we definitely want to see affordable housing, more affordable housing in the city of Paterson. And it is absolutely my honor.
One second. We don't have a quorum.
I need Councilman Jackson or Councilwoman Davila. We don't have any quorum. Okay. Okay. All right, please continue, Councilman.
Thank you.
Udine.
So it is absolutely the honor that we are here with the project of 139 units, where we are going to place veterans, senior citizens, the grandparents, single mothers and fathers, and I'd love to see more projects like this. So with that being said, I'm in full support of this. Thank you. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Velez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. First of all, let me commend the person that put this resolution together.
Sure, yeah.
Jamie Bland. Also, let me commend Councilwoman Kine for having aides that really care about the community.
Hold on.
And when we have aides that care about the community, you see positive results. You see positive changes in our city. And to say that there's not a law in this resolution, the body, there's a law. There's NJSA 55:148-1. Based on that law, Jamie Bland put together this resolution. Now, this resolution is nothing different from the one that we went and praised about a year ago, or a year and a half ago, 2 years, the Mill Street Square.
That's true. All right.
The developers, when developers and the partners came here, we praised them. They left Paterson, came back to Paterson, give back to the community. We praised them, right? Now we have a developer in the city of Paterson have invested his money to put what the law allows him to do based on market rent. But now he's thinking out of the box, knowing that we have a need in the city of Paterson. This resolution is to ask funding to make sure that this project is for affordable housing and low-income individuals. That's what it does. And not only that, the land is there, it's gonna be utilized, and everybody say in this city, in this council here, in this side, and when you hear people out there doing politics, we need to partnership. We need to partnership. So let's praise that we are partnership. Because I know whoever is gonna be benefit on this is those that are struggling in the city of Paterson. They don't have nowhere to live. And probably we're gonna have less homeless, probably gonna have less people paying high rent out there, that the law allows it because it's a law for it. But saying this, I am proud of you, Jamie Bland, putting this together and the blessing of the council towards it. Let's bring more projects like this to the city of Paterson. They encourage people, developers to come to the city of Paterson, invest. And not only that, this developer had to get back way before this resolution. So my vote is yes to this.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Council President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I always say that actions speak louder than words. On Friday afternoon, I was at the hospital with my dad, and Jamie Bland received a phone call from Jamie Bland talking about this item, talking about this project, and explaining the urging of this project to be on this agenda. And that's what teamwork is. Councilwoman Ruby Cotton called me right after, speaking about the same project. I reached out to legal. We put it together. This is affordable housing for the resident of the city of Paterson, for grandparents raising grandchildren, single parent, so veterans. This is something great for the city of Paterson. And I know that we're not perfect. I know that we have a lot of challenges ahead of us. But when we have great things like this, let's not mix it with what's going in our city. Jamie, thank you for your leadership. You've been impacting the life of so many residents of the city of Paterson. And the councilwoman of the 4th Ward, she never stopped working. She never stopped fighting for the 4th Ward. Those two women, they're powerful. And this is important they see. They reach out to me, and my response was, it's gonna be on the agenda for Tuesday, because this is good for Paterson. This developer, he getting into affordable housing right now. Developers that are in the private sector, they like to stay in the private sector, but we have to acknowledge that this developer is going into the affordable housing, and he's doing the extra mile. So we need to appreciate what he's doing, what this developer is doing in collaboration with the community, with the councilwoman. If we work together and approve a project like this, Paterson will be a different city. Congratulations to the developer, to Jamie Bland, to my councilwoman, Ruby Cotton, and my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Council President. The votes are 7 in favor, 1 recusal, 1 absent. Resolution number 76 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, there's an item on second reading that we have some visitors here that are waiting for this item, and it's item number 4 on second reading. Can we take item number 4, Madam Clerk? Yes.
Item number 4 is an ordinance changing the traffic patterns on Carrollton Drive Street to improve public safety and accommodate the needs of St. Gerard Mejia School and area residents. Public Works item, ordinance number 25-005.
So moved.
It was moved by Councilman Velez, Councilwoman Mims, and second by Councilwoman Davila. Public hearing is now open. Members of the public that wish to speak on item number 4.
Seeing none, move to close.
Seeing none, move to close by Councilman Mims and second by Councilman Velez and Councilwoman Davila. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to close the public hearing on item number 4.
Roll call to close the public hearing on item number 4. Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila, sorry.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Omar.
Yes.
Councilman Udine.
So thank you very much. In the first reading, the school teachers and the students showed up to the council meeting in support of this. I believe I can see some of the members from the school, they're here as well. So again, we are in full support, and we'd like to see this is going to elevate the situation that's happening in our neighborhood. So my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Newton. Councilman Velez?
Thank you for the committee to revisit again this item. This item is very important that we bring safety, pedestrian safety to the surrounding every school. And I know St. Gerard Megial School is going to be benefit of this pedestrian safety program that we have in the city of Paterson. One thing I could advise to the resident, when they see the changes, please drive safely, make sure that you don't speed, and make sure you don't double park, because we made this easy for avoid all that situation. So saying that, thank you, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Council President?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I want to congratulate the committee, the DPW committee, Councilman for Udine, and members of the community that came together to address this matter, to bring safety into this community. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Council President. The votes are 7 in favor.
We're closing the public hearing. My apologies, Madam Clerk.
Public hearing is being closed.
Yeah, public hearing has been closed. Roll call, Madam Clerk, now on item number 4.
Roll call on item number 4 for adoption. Councilwoman Davila?
I just want to say that when the community comes together, I know that these were requests by the community. I know that there's a few parents out here with their children. I see the sister here as well, understanding that this is something that is needed for public safety, okay, for our children, our seniors, and for everyone in the area. I am in full support, okay? So my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. St. Gerard's has been a staple for many, many years. In fact, my cousin graduated from the school many years ago. Our current sheriff is actually a graduate of the school as well. I'm glad that you guys are working collaboratively with the neighborhood. The residents in that area have been requesting this for quite some time. So it's about time we got it done. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Mims?
No. So I just want to say to, as an educator, someone that is a mom and a grandmother and works in the school system every day, I really understand the importance of making sure that there are safety and traffic patterns in place to ensure that our young people's lives are protected. So I really respect this item being here. I respect you, sister, for being here, and the youth and the adults that have come out on tonight. Our priority is to make sure that our students and our staff and the people in that area are safe, and that's what this item represents. You will always have my support when it comes to the youth of this community. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Omar?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilman Udine?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So all the members of the school, I am also a chair in the DPW. When I received this application, we made it as quicker as possible and have all the traffic study done. So I'd like to make sure that this, our DPW, after today's vote, going to erase all the stop signs from both sides, not to make it confusing. Also make sure that it looks one way. Also they put one-way signs. So this is my request to the DPW after today's vote. And I believe that this is going to elevate this situation and safety that was concerned of our students. So my vote is definitely yes.
Your vote was yes, Councilman? Oh, thank you. Councilman Velez?
So I stated that to DPW committee to thank you for revisiting this change on the street. I have to give credit to the superintendent of traffic, Bob Statuto. Bob Statuto was pushing for this for the longest. For the longest, when we was committee, remember? So, but it's getting done. The important thing is getting done now for the safety of those that go to that school, the parish, the people that worship God, and those that walk around the place. So saying that, listen, I know that Robert Statuto, Bobby, had new signs. He knows what to put out there. I know it's gonna be beautiful, but once again, the parents that drive through there had to make it easy too. So saying that, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Council President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Great things happen when the community comes together. And this request, is being the community has been very vocal about this, being advocating for this project. It is here. I want to congratulate Councilman Udine and the DPW committee, Robert Statuto, that was on top of this every step of the way. And the children, they are the future. And we got to make sure that every decision that we make here impact our children in a positive way, and safety is one of the top priority. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Council President. The votes are 7 in favor, 2 absent. Ordinance number 4 is hereby adopted.
Council President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Councilwoman.
So I just want to give clarity to the school and the members that are here. Even after the vote on tonight, per our ordinance or our law, it takes 20 days before we can move forward. So I heard our councilman, who's the chair of DPW, but I wanted to bring clarity because I don't want you to look for it tomorrow and it's not there. So there is a process on our books. It does take 20 to 21 days before they can start the work per our law. So I just want you to be aware of that, so you don't call and say, what happened to what got voted on tonight? Thank you so much.
Council President?
Councilman Jackson.
Through the chair, there is a legal remedy that allows the council to mitigate and forego that process. And Corporation Council, my personal recommendation is that we should be very prudent and move as quickly as possible. They've waited long enough. The lives of these young people depend on it, and it's not a normal process. I doubt we'll get any protests from many of the neighbors who live in the area, and the law does allow for us to mitigate the postponement wait process.
Councilman Jackson duly noticed, and if we have the signs ready, we could definitely add, a legislation just to expedite the process. We could definitely do that.
Council President.
Councilman Velez, Councilman Dean, work with Public Work, and if everything is in place and we got the signs ready, we expedite the process. Absolutely.
Yeah, Council President.
Councilman Velez.
Council President.
I'm sorry. Council member, just a second. Corporation
Very briefly, just addressing Councilman Jackson's request. I think it's a prudent request, but just to advise the council, that request requires the city council to pass an ordinance or a resolution, forgive me. I'm happy to draft it, deeming that this is an emergency situation and dispensing with the 20 days notice. I think the only issue, and I'm happy to draft that tonight if Councilman Jackson would like me to proceed with that. The only issue is that we don't have another meeting until next month. So correct. Council would either have to have a special meeting, or we could theoretically have a special meeting at the next workshop. I'm willing to do whatever the council wants me to do.
My recommendation, Council President, is for us for legal to take the moment, draft the resolution now. We vote on it to add it to the agenda. We need a unanimous vote to do so, and we take action tonight. When the signs are made available, it could be done. I mean, this council has been, by moving and changing the meetings only once a month, it doesn't give us an opportunity to address the public concerns as diligently as possible. We should not have them wait. We have a person who's fully capable of drafting that resolution tonight. Draft it, we vote it on, we make it to where Mr. Statuto does not have to come back to the council and ask for any other further actions. He can take action as necessary.
Okay. Duly noted. Councilman Velez, very brief, please.
Let's be mindful, please. Let's be mindful. The ordinance already, you guys have been waiting almost a year and a half or 2 years for it. Let's be mindful that division, traffic division, only has 4 employees to go 8.9 square miles, dealing with poles, dealing with handicaps. Let's do it right. Let's wait. We have been waiting. While we request is and easy, we don't need a resolution for that. To Mr. VA, please send a message to Paterson PD to give extra attention on traffic meanwhile the signs are posted. Because we could have put more work for a crew that have 4 people dealing with other things in the city. And I know that I don't want to put what's going on also with Bobby, but it will get done. It will get done. Trust me.
Well, it's already passed, so it's already done, so let's definitely work it out. Madam Clerk, let's do item number A on second reading before we get into public portions.
Number what?
Item number A on second reading, council members.
What about number 5?
there's number 8. When we come back from public portion, we're doing number.
Item number 8, on second reading, ordinance establishing a 15-minute parking zone on East 16th Street between 7th Avenue and 8th Avenue Public Works. Ordinance number 25-009.
Second.
Public hearing
Second.
is required.
It was moved by Councilwoman
See none.
Dr. Lisa Mins and second by Councilman Velez and Councilman Udine. Public portion is now open for item number 8. Members of the public that wish to speak on item number 8.
Seeing none, move to close.
See no move to close by
Second.
Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilman Udine. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to close the public hearing on item number 8.
Roll call to close the public hearing on item number 8. Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Omar?
Yes.
Councilman Udine?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Thank you, Councilwoman Mins, for bringing this up to committee. Will need it, and also the committee needed it.
Closing public.
Oh, public portion, okay. Yes.
Your vote, Councilman? Okay, thank you. Council President?
My vote is yes to close the public hearing.
Okay.
Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 8.
Roll call on item number 8, Councilman Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
So let me say to Mom and the family that are watching, in that particular area, there's a lot of congestion, and we want to make sure that our businesses continue to thrive and do well in the city of Paterson. When they reached out to me, I went by the business. I did see a lot of the congestion and the concerns at their business, and it did take a while, so I want to thank our DPW committee, our chair in the committee, for allowing, and I know it was like, come on, I got to get on. It's been around, waiting for a long time. So to this particular business, thank you for staying in our city and doing your business while you have these constraints. But after tonight, after this is approved, this should be able to help you. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Omar?
Yes.
Councilman Udine?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So again, when I got the request from my council colleague, Councilman Mims, that I try to make it as fast as possible, we did a traffic study, and here we are in the second reading. Again, we try to get connected with the people and hear their request and make it fast as possible. We do have shortcomings because of the shortage of employees. You all know that, but still we try our level best to make it faster. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman
Yes.
Velez? Council President?
Wait, I didn't vote.
Yes, Councilman Velez is for yes.
I didn't vote.
Councilman,
Oh, you weren't
did
in
not
your
vote.
seat, I'm sorry.
Huh?
You weren't in your seat, so...
Correct, I was right there. But I didn't vote, I still get to vote.
Okay, well,
yeah.
Councilwoman Davila?
And this is to close, the public hearing, correct?
Not to
No,
vote.
we did that
To vote,
already.
we're voting on the actual legislation.
Item 8.
I wasn't standing there that long that y'all did the
No,
closing.
we did. We
Anyway,
did
my
it.
vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Council
Th-
President?
Yes, thank you, Madam Clerk. This business has been on the allocation for a while. Thank you, Councilwoman Mims, for reaching out. So that's very familiar, and it's definitely a pleasure for me to support our local business and to do what is right by our community. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 7 in favor, 2 absent. Second reading ordinance number 8 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Members of the public, we have 23 speakers on the public portion. I would respectfully ask every member of the public that came to address the council to be respectful of the 3-minute rule that we have. We have a clock in front of us right here, and we have one in the back. I want you to use your time effectively, and let's be respectful to the administration, to the council, and also to the public that we have here. After the 3 minutes, I would respectfully ask you to move to the side and allow the next speaker to use their 3 minutes. So, Madam Clerk, let's call the first speaker.
First speaker, Sharia Aral. Would you please state your name and address, please?
Yeah.
Ma'am?
Get close to the mic.
For 2 years, I've been complaining to zoning. I've been dealing with zoning for 2 years now. So let me list the zoning and parking violations. Parking commercial vans over 2 tons overnight in street, code violation 10-054 TP9. Double parking commercial van, code violation 10-054 DP. Parking commercial vans on sidewalk, code violation. Home business, code violation 500-5-34. Another zoning violation, 500.71. Illegal apartments and basement, illegal apartments and garage. Total in a one-family house, 15 vehicles in a 6-foot driveway. So where are all these vehicles going to park? And I've been complaining to Jesus Castro for 2 years. I have an email of what he wrote. He said, please stop emailing this office regarding police matters. These are zoning matters. We are not law enforcement. We have 12 people in the office that witnessed what was said, and I repeat here again, we do not work evening hours. We don't work in tandem with neighbors to enforce ordinance. The office will not be weaponized to address dispute between neighbors. You must cease parking commercial vehicles on your property. I have no commercial vehicles. Please report any criminal activities to the police department. These are zoning matters, not police matters. Please speak with your elected officials or the mayor regarding street parking conditions. Again, these are commercial vans parked in the driveway and backyard overnight. We are dealing with hazardous living conditions as a priority of enforcement at this office. We have received your complaints and issued violations. Okay, so now that's what he said. I've been complaining for 2 years. Now what he did was on November 4th, 2024, he gave me a ticket for a shed in the backyard, which is not a zoning violation confirmed by another inspector. And 11/24 is when he gave me the ticket. He took me to court in 1 month. But he can't seem to take a neighbor with so many zoning violations and parking violations to court for 2 years. It doesn't make sense. I don't know what to do, who to go to, because the problem is zoning. Zoning needs to take him to court. I don't know why zoning can't take him to court for 2 years, but they took me to court for in 1 month.
What was the outcome? What was the outcome when you went to court?
The outcome, we had to prove that it was not a zoning violation, and we did get an email confirmation from another for ours that is not a zoning violation at all.
Council President.
So, I just don't understand why zoning can't take him to court for 2 years. To me, it doesn't make sense.
Okay, so I know this is the beginning of the public portion. I know you gave us some information, but leave your information with the clerk. I know Councilman Jackson wants to address the issue, and I know other council member wants to, and the councilman of the city will also as well. He's new in the position, but he definitely wants to get it.
But
So,
I think it goes to the point where other council members have tried to help, but then they call zoning, then that's it. I don't know what's going on with zoning. Once
Council
they call
President.
zoning,
Okay,
I don't hear
well-
back from anybody. I just don't know what's going on with zoning.
yeah, okay, so.
Council President.
So we'll be with you. I will make sure, get his information. That way he could start getting involved in the process, and we will definitely.
Okay.
Okay, I know this is the beginning of the public portion, council members, so.
Very quickly,
Please,
so Council
please.
President, I did put in a request to Castro. He told me that there were summonses written, so if Corporation Council can please provide a report from that department of whether or not these matters for the young lady is being addressed. It is, we as the council, the administration is responsible for providing us reports on how they're handling constituent issues. We should not just send her blindly. We should get a report from the
Thank you.
administration
Thank you,
on
Mr.
what's
Jackson,
being
for
done.
trying to help.
No, absolutely. You're not going plan without any answers, so make sure you leave your information with Corporation Council. Give it to Sophia, to our clerk, and we will handle it. We will make sure that we will get in touch with you, okay? Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Rebecca Woodson. Please state your name and address.
Rebecca Woodson. Good evening, Council.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My main concern tonight is how you treat one another when the community is watching and listening. You show no professionalism at all. I would like to call out Councilman Mims and Councilman Velez of how you treat your fellow councilmen. You show no professionalism at all, none at all. You act just like a fifth grader, every one of you. Especially when Councilman Michael Jackson is talking. You're mimicking, you're turning your face up because the public is watching you. We're listening at you. We see you. We put you in these positions and we can also move you. We can easily move you. Just remember that we put you here and we can also move you. Councilman Jackson has a right to voice his opinion just like everyone else. If it takes 5 minutes, if it takes 10 minutes, he has a right to do that. So let's be professional at what we are doing. Not kids, not being a fifth grader or a third grader. Let's all be professional at what we are doing. Thank you very much.
Okay. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Jamie Bland.
She left. Next speaker, Madam.
Next speaker is Cameo Black.
Camille. No.
Cameo Black. is she
Camille.
here? Please state your name and address. Thank you.
Cameo Black, 444 Market Street. I came here for a couple of reasons. One of the reasons why I came here, I reached out to a couple of the elected officials last week. Today makes a week. Everybody scream, holler, they tired of their city looking dirty. Me and the team, we got together, we brought rakes, we brought shovels, we brought garbage bags, everything that you need. Even it's to the point a guy from Washington Township reached out to donate 2 trucks to help clean up the city. I've been asking, only thing we're stuck at, where do we take the trash after we pick it up? Because we're not just talking about garbage bags, we're talking about furniture. Like I told y'all before, at this point, it's time for everybody to roll up their sleeves and do what they have to do. I'm not looking for anything. Once again, I'm not running for nothing. I don't want no votes. I don't want anything but for our city to be clean. We have kids, we got grandkids. I don't know. That's who I'm looking out for. Don't put my name on there. I'm not gonna do that. And another thing, in back of my house, now, I don't know where Velez went, he disappeared. But I have pictures. These people, I've been living where I live at for 13 years. The people that was in my backyard, I cannot identify not one person that was back there. But somebody came up with a brilliant idea to sit up there and open up a damn supermarket in back of my building. It was 30 people back there selling nasty, dirty food from the pantry that was on the ground. People knocking on my door because they know I give back to the community, thinking I organized it. No way, no how. I would have never did anything like that. I reached out to the Board of Health. The Board of Health, Joelle, still haven't reached out to me yet. The police, I called 17 times. I almost got attacked in my backyard because I asked the people, who are y'all? The people can't tell me who they was. Yes, I did go to defend myself, but by the grace of God, my mace was empty because I would have finished the dude. But that shouldn't have never happened. 17 times to call the police and they don't come, disgusting. Only way I was able to get somebody, I had to reach out to Murray personally. That shouldn't be. If it's a problem, the cops don't want to come, let me know. But like I said, once again, I'm going to defend me and my kids by all means necessary. Velez, wherever you went, like I told you, you got to figure it out. Y'all got to straighten it out. And the Board of Health need to come once again, because they never came out. 444 Market Street is a restaurant. That same nasty, dirty food that they had on the ground, they dropped it in the basement. I got videos of them taking that food out the basement and selling it in that restaurant. Somebody gonna have food poisoning and somebody gonna die. It's disgusting, and I'm asking y'all, get on it. There's a lot going on in the 5th Ward. Mendez already told you, I'm in distress. I knew that boy for 13 freaking years, and I feel some type of way about that. Everybody, Velez is in everybody else's ward. Our ward is at war. And there's going to be more bodies dropping if they don't do something. I had to reach out to another person. If you know a shooting took place on Saturday, why wouldn't there be no units out there on Monday with these babies going to school? It should be one on each corner. Because on Saturday, when that guy got shut down, you know how many kids was running from bullets? I don't want it to be no more bodies. Please do something. And that's all I ask y'all. And please, somebody get back in touch with me, because we want to move forward and we want to get this city cleaned up. All I'm asking is, where do we take the trash? They said we can't take it to DBW. We would have to take it to North and pay for it per pound. It's not going to happen. This is our city. We cleaning it up. Tell us where to take it. That's all we need. We don't need nothing else.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, next speaker is Corey Teague. Please state your name and address.
Yeah. Good evening, Commissioner.
Corey Teague, Paterson, New Jersey. I'm just coming here tonight to encourage the parents to please get active in the school district. And you guys know, coming from me, you guys see me all the time in the street, and I'm always encouraging you to come out. I really need you all to come out and participate in these meetings. I know you guys are watching what's going on the national level, but it's going to affect what's going on the local level. We have Title I funding that's going to be impacted, full service community schools that's going to be impacted, monies that are used to, bring in grants for services that, like special education for one. IDEA, Individuals with Disabilities and Education Act, that's going to, all of these different federal programs that have been in place are all being slashed and cut. They're even trying to cut the watchdogs from the Department of Education, whose responsibility was to monitor school districts and make sure things are being done correctly. All of those positions are being cut. What we need now is the parents to be the watchdogs, because ultimately, we are the only watchdogs that our children have. If we don't keep an eye on them, who else is going to do it? If we don't know what they're doing. When I was growing up, I was not allowed to lock my bedroom door. I was not allowed to have privacy and secrets when I was growing up in my parents' house. If you're in our house and you come in here, we need to see what you got in your book bag. We need to see what you got under your bed. We need to see what you got in your drawer. You're not just going to stay in our house and we don't know what you're into. So it's very important for us as parents to make sure that we keep up with what our children are doing. If they're in our house, we need to know what they're doing. You shouldn't have to get a call from a news reporter or someone in the street that your child shot and killed somebody, and you're saying you had no idea they had a gun in the house. How were they able to be in your house that long with a weapon and you didn't even know it was there? So as parents, we really have to step up and make sure that our households are being run correctly, and make sure that God is first, and make sure that the family is right there next to it, and make sure that we're leading and guiding our families. Because if we're not doing it in our own homes, we can't do it in the city. We can't run the city, we can't run our own homes. Which brings me to my next point. As the Bible said, and I've said it over and over, and I'm going to keep saying it, when the wicked are in authority, the people mourn, but when the righteous beareth rule, the people rejoice. Our city is mourning because the people that are in charge are wicked. There was a prayer tonight by one of my colleagues, and I know they said it was, she quoted, I believe it was 2 Chronicles 7:14. Right, but she left out a part. She left out a part, and turn from your wicked ways. That part was left out, and we cannot leave that part out, because God is very specific with what he said. You can do everything else, but that turn from your wicked ways part, that's serious business, and he means that. The minute you do that, that's when he said, I'm going to hear from heaven, I'll forgive your sins and heal your land. Got to give up the evil.
Thank you, Commissioner. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Darlene Morris.
Pass the tea. All right, pass the
Thank you. First, let me make it perfectly clear that I do not live in Paterson. It was brought up the last time that I was here. However, I am Paterson. I was born and bred in Paterson. I work in Paterson every single day of my life today. So I think that I have a right to say people accept money from others that are not in Paterson, but I can't speak. That won't happen. The theme is the same tonight. It seems like the same because what I wrote is the real challenge beyond visible filth, the division and disparities across the city is that we are in the midst of a deeper struggle, one that goes beyond politics and policies. It's a spiritual battle. We are in the midst of a spiritual warfare, and people act like they don't see it. The test of our willingness to truly see and care for one another. We lose sight of the bigger picture. Instead of seeking to understand, to listen, to find solutions, we often fall into cycles of criticism and judgment. Some areas seem to flourish while others struggle. But we all are a part of the same city, the same whole. When one ward suffers, the entire city bears the weight. Yet, rather than coming together to build a stronger future, some would rather divide, redrawing lines, renaming communities, Palestinian way, and carving out pieces for personal gain rather than collective progress. This is disheartening, and for those who have sacrificed so much to build this city, this city who have poured their lives into making it a home. We all know that corruption runs deep in government, not just in Paterson, in government across the board. And it's painful to witness. It's frustrating to see systems fail and the very people they are meant to serve. But rather than allowing the corruption to drive us apart, we must find a way to come together, to demand better, and to rebuild something stronger. Regardless of political beliefs, one thing is certain and true. Leadership requires courage, not to tear down what is broken like Trump, but he had the courage to do it. But to rebuild with integrity, ensuring that no one is left behind. I hope that moving forward, we can put aside selfishness and personal ambition. That's the personal ambition has no room here. And embrace a vision that uplifts everyone because when we choose to care for one another, we truly commit to unity. That is when real change occurs. And I would encourage every one of you to look into your heart because like Corey said, until we admit our wrong, and turn from our wicked ways, and there's wickedness here, that God will not hear from, we will not hear from heaven, God will not hear from heaven and turn around this city. So everybody needs to go up in their war room and pray that their hearts be changed, all of our hearts be changed to try to love one another.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Joseph Hart. State your name, Mr. Hart, and your address, please. Thank you.
I'm here to say a lot of things, but I want you guys to see this. Because they'll really purchase
Joe, okay, speak.
My city is crack. All right.
To them.
This is my city. It's not the same like it used to be, especially downtown. I mean, downtown used to be nice and clean. I see some rats. Because all this recycling and garbage and all this stuff, it's like, why don't they just take the garbage in one shot? That's the way it used to be. All that recycling crap to me is all still garbage. And now, I'm here about other things. Nobody respects the yellow line for the buses. I take transit buses. All this double parking, especially on Ellison Street. I want to see one bus just plow all their cars out of the way. I would love to see that because they ain't supposed to park there. If I did that back in the day, I would get a ticket. And all downtown, they don't care. We got people in this town don't give a damn. This is my city, and I hate the way it is, especially downtown. And I'm from 49 Prince Street. That's where I live at, Paterson, New Jersey, apartment 4A. I lost my job at 29 years when that COVID crap came out, so I'm stressed out about a lot of things. I was working for a ballet maker, something total. Oh yeah. When that COVID crap came out, all the Broadway shows were closed, all the dance schools were closed, and I lost my, they lied to us. I hope they hear me too. They lied to us. So now I'm permanent disability now. I take a lot of medications that I got to depend on. I don't sleep right. I'm depressed. Yeah, I go to the Harbor House for my mental illness. I've been right ever since. When I leave that door, whatever crap that's happened out here, I don't think about that. I think about, because I've been disrespected a lot of times. I've been threatened too by morons out here because I ain't give a cigarette or change, and I ain't got it, and I tell them off. And when they do that, the only thing that's in my head, I lost a job of 29 years of my life, my benefits, everything. I'm going through hell right now. But yeah, this town, it's not the same no more. It's all crap. It's not just the town that's crap. It's the people that run this town that's crap. That's why I believe in. It's not the same. Downtown used to be really clean. People got the stores with their merchandise. There's no sidewalk supposed to be for the pedestrians. I used to drive too. Got the motorbikes by McDonald's. They don't care. And one day something's gonna happen. Now, you know, they see me swing this cane, and mugs want to speed, you know, make that go past the red light, and they supposed to stop. Well, I put this cane up. You stop. I know I get cussed at somehow, but we got a bunch of morons. That's all I got to say. I'll be back
Thank you.
again. You all be safe.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Delva Rivera. Delva Rivera. Okay.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Princess Reeves.
Oh, she's back there.
Right here, Joe.
No. No.
There's a difference. Big P.
Please state your
Good
name
evening.
and address, please.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Always I'd like to start out with our council and members, as when we come before this mic with many concerns that we address to you, let us all be mindful and respectful towards one another. I'd like to bring the concern of the debris, the trash, the garbage before the city. It should not be at this time of this year in this condition. I have taken pictures, and I know some of the council members, they know. I'll throw them on the Facebook. Sometimes you got to shame a person in order for them to do the right thing. Yeah. We have ordinance that has been on the books for years of having those inspectors to go out to serve those tickets, to say you're in violation of. We need to enforce that. We need to put back our enforcers back into the city. Our city has no business, especially within the heart of the city, right downtown, is filthy. And if you have a store, you're a merchant, common sense, which we know everybody is not using common sense. But if they utilize common sense and say, wait a minute, this is my store. I want the members and many people of the community to come and shop for the various things. How do we shop in the midst of filth? We cannot do that no longer. And we have to take my next concern is we have to address these bullies of this town. It doesn't matter what title they carry. We have to address it. We have to safeguard constantly our seniors and our children that's before this town. They're our #1 constituents, and we should be safeguarding them at all times. I don't understand when you come and you bring the concerns and then nothing is done. We have to be willing to take that next concern. And two, I want to put it out here, be honest. Now we have a numerous amount of developers, okay? When you develop something, here we go again, common sense. Common sense is when you're putting up these tall buildings, you start with steel beams. You start with the proper material. And because we don't have the zoning inspectors in which the city needs much, they don't go out to inspect. Wait a minute, let's see if you're doing your job. Let me see if this building is big enough, that it has a backyard, that if a child can't make it to a park, that they have room enough in the backyard to play. What do? We cannot set aside these many concerns that has been addressed before this council many times over. And I'm going to depart on that note. Thank you.
Thank you, Princess Reed. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Alan Daniel Jefferson, Jr. Please state your name and address. Thank you.
Alan Daniel Jefferson, Jr., 81 Savoy Place, Apartment 2, Prospect Park, New Jersey. Now, I came here in peace and love and joy for my fellow man, but I'm feeling some kind of way, and I'm praying and meditating that the council will do its job and serve the community, okay? Now, I'm not gonna talk about the stuff that happened last week, okay? I'm not gonna talk about the stuff that happened to me on Friday, but I'm gonna say this. I love the kids. I walk this town from 6 o'clock sometime in the morning. I don't get home till 12 o'clock at night, and I'm walking the streets. I see the garbage, I see the filth, I see the kids, I see everything, okay? We got to do better, because if we don't, nobody's going to be here. If they play you against me, okay, it's third world war. The spiritual war is mental, physical, spiritual. Our king is suffering. Everybody is suffering. Everybody's under duress. Now, you may not like me, okay, but as long I was taught you had to have morals, responsibility, you love your family. If my neighbor lost her job, I helped her till she got back on her feet, okay? I'm old school, I'm not old gangster, okay? And I'm not sugar daddy or pimp daddy. I'm Alan Daniel Jefferson Jr. Now, if you want me, I walk these streets every day, okay? Now, we can do it like real men do, or we can do it like we do it in the hood, okay? Because what's wrong is that we're taking people for granted. And I'm not gonna say what I wanna say, because you know what I wanna say, okay? But I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna say it and move on, okay? We suffer because of lack of wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. Okay, number one. Number two, you don't vote, you don't count, you don't work, you don't eat, you gotta stay out the jailhouse.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Henry Adamson. Please state your name and address.
Henry Adamson, Paterson. What's up, Casey? I came here, I know 2 weeks ago I spoke, 2 or 3 weeks ago I spoke about the condition of downtown Paterson. councilmen, all councilmen, tomorrow, during your time, if you're not busy, walk Market Street. Market Street right here, McDonald's. Walk Broadway. During the times of being 10 and 1 p.m. and look at the conditions that's going on down there. Take time out your day to see what's going on. My father is opening up a business downtown, and today he had to go clean up human feces in front of his business. This is unbelievable. He's not even open up yet, and this is your first thing you're doing. That's the big issue. Another issue is you got all these smoke shops. Again, I spoke about this before. Yeah. So what's the difference from a smoke shop selling weed and a cat on the street selling weed? Both get drug charges, right? But one get a fine and the other one go to jail. So it's a lot of problems going on, and I got to start standing up for them. Like, is summer about to come? The businesses, how the businesses going to pay their rent downtown if all these conditions downtown is horrible? You know what I mean? So there's a lot of big issues going on. It's trash everywhere. I spoke on this plenty of times, and we gotta fix these problems. Another thing, Councilman Omar, I know you had a situation that you said when you was 14. I get it. Apology could have been everything. You know what I mean? If you apologize, I heard you apologize. If you did, salute. I mean, real talk, if you apologize, but I didn't hear it. So, but if you apologize, I accept your apology. You know what I mean? So, but we gotta change as one in the city. Like, you know, everybody gotta really actually work together. We get stuff done. Like, this is a real big problem for our youth, for our businesses, and also like the housing and everything. You know, rent is high, people can't afford it. It's a struggle out here. So, yeah, that's all I really got to say.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is V. Urbaez.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
I came out of concern for two issues that I would like to address. One is about the young man that was shot on Saturday, that 20-year-old man. I was on Market Street, and I just saw the police going up Market Street to Pennington as if it was the Indianapolis 500. So I knew something bad happened, and of course I followed it on the news thereafter. But once I read the article, I mean, obviously, may that young man and his family, may he rest in peace, and my condolences to the family. On Monday, I read the article, and I don't know if those of us who read it, it had a paragraph where it read, and I quote, "In the previous month," meaning February that just passed, "no one was shot in the city of Paterson." And listen to this. It was the first time over 14 years in the city of Paterson that no one was shot in a particular month. 14 years. And that to me sums up what's going on in our city, obviously from the garbage and everything else. So it was the first time in 14 months someone was shot in the city of Paterson last month. And that was just alarming to me. The other issue I would like to address is about Mr. Councilman for the 6th Ward, Ibrahim Omar, on the issue that this man just raised, and the comment that he made when he was 14 years old. I believe he spoke over 25 today, so I don't know his age, and I met Omar. And then I thought about the officer that was shot in Newark by another 14-year-old. He was 14, not 24, not 34. He was 14 years old. And he obviously is going to get charged as a minor, but you cannot charge someone as an adult at that age in the state of New Jersey. But I make the connections. Then I said to myself, let's go into history of the Bible. Paul, for example, on his way to Damascus. He changed his ways. He had an opportunity to change his ways. Didn't he? He did. A Christian killer, basically. So he changed his ways. Redemption, reformation, second chances. I believe in it. You know, Malcolm X, he changed his ways when he went to Mecca. Redemption, forgiveness, reflection, understanding. He changed his ways. What's his name? Amazing Grace, something Newton. John Newton? He was a slave trader. Changed his ways, became an abolitionist. So why, if this man apologizes, reflects, understand that he does a wrong, we have to embrace that. And if it comes from the heart, we have to embrace that, because that's what growth is. So in summation, ladies and gentlemen, yes, we all human beings, we make mistakes. We reflect, we move forward. And I just hope that's what Omar is bringing to the table, and I just hope the city just comes together and understands that. We have to have space to make mistakes and reflect and grow out of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Eddie Olivares.
Good evening, all. Last week, after I left, there was some discussion with Councilman Velez on his excellent, thank you for joining us, on his reading and writing abilities. That's not really what I want to talk about, but anyway, he in essence said that he's not a good writer or a good reader, but he's a good legislator. And I want to tell you, Mr. Velez, why it is important that you don't take that position. And to the children that are here, it is extremely important that you are well educated, and you can communicate, and you can read, and you can write. But again, I don't want to talk about that. I just felt that you made light of it, and it is very important for our kids to be well educated. I came here to talk about, as I do every time I come here, all of you, you run for office, and when you win, you seem to not have a clue on what to do. Every week I hear Councilwoman Cotton talk about how many people call her because they need help with this or that, connecting to the resources of the city, and you help them. Ma'am, this is the job for a ministry, not for a legislator. I hear Councilwoman Mims talk about how many people call her, and she answers. You don't answer me. I've called you many times, and you have promised that you would call me and set up a meeting, but you have never done it, so that's not entirely true. Mr. Velez has done the same thing. Councilman Udine brags about how many people call him. And I am here to tell you guys that until you create the conditions here in the city of Paterson, that you strengthen all of the different agencies here in the city of Paterson, to the point that we don't have to call you for anything. We don't need to call you guys. Let me tell you, I lived in Paramus for many years. I didn't know who was running the government. I lived in Teaneck for many years. I don't know who was running the government. Only here in Paterson, we have to know you guys and we have to call you. It is your job to create the conditions here in the city of Paterson where we don't have to call you for anything. If I need to get a permit, I call community improvement. If I need a low-income housing, I go to the housing authority, which is in the hands of the private sector now. But that is your job, guys, is to create the conditions here in the city of Paterson where we don't need you for anything. We don't need your help to live our lives.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Eddie Ruiz.
Eddie.
Please state your name and address.
My name is Eddie, Paterson, New Jersey. I'm here to address a concern. Over the past 6 years, the Board of Education has raised taxes multiple times. 8%, 11%, 12%, 15%, and last year just 5%. And yesterday, there was just another discussion about raising taxes another 6%, which was voted down. But I'm pretty sure they're going to still raise taxes anywhere between 2 to 5%. You know, despite these tax hikes, where's an improvement in our education for our kids? Our children are still underperforming and nothing seems to change. Last year, they raised taxes 5%, and on top of that, all the superintendents got a 3% salary increase. Meanwhile, we've been fighting for over 2 years against chronic absentees, and only last week did the board finally come out with a plan to tackle this. Shouldn't have this been a priority from the beginning? Yes, it's easy to point a finger at the parents, but let's talk about harsh reality. Some of these kids don't have parents who are present in their lives. Some are raised by grandparents doing their absolute best with the little that they have. Some kids' parents are locked up. Some have passed away. Some of these parents are so deep into drugs they could care less whether their kids go to school. How do I know this? Because I see it every single day. I personally know kids in my kid's school whose parents are either in jail, dead, or have given up their rights. These children are being raised by grandparents who are struggling just to make ends meet. And I'm not just talking about hypothetically here. My own family is helping a family that's displaced right now. A family who couldn't afford rent and had nowhere else to turn. We're picking up their child from school, feeding him, clothing him, making sure he gets to class. And I'm not saying this to get an applause. I'm saying this to show you that this is just one case. And I know there's many more like this. This isn't just about attendance. This is the battles that these kids face every single day that many of us don't know. The Board of Education keeps on saying they want more parent involvement. But in a meeting on March 5th, we had nearly 150 parents show up to voice their concerns about a middle school model. And you know what happened? It felt like it went in through one ear and it went out the other. This isn't about one part of town, one race, one religion. This is about every single child, every single student who deserves a chance at a better future. We're losing our kids every single day to drugs, violence, gangs, suicide. Yet, we sit back. It's easy to point the finger and cast blame to push people down, but the real challenge is lifting each other up. We need to stand together as one family. We need to stand together as our community for our kids and take action. It's time for us to change. Our city deserves better, and so does our kids. And I'm going to leave this with this quote by Dr. Martin Luther King. We may have all come on a different ship, but we all are in the same boat. And I'm going to add this. And if we don't start working together, our kids will continue to drown, and our city will continue to drown.
Thank you. Thank you, Eric. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Joel Keys, Jr. State your name, please, and address.
Happy birthday, Casey Melvin. Yeah, freedom of speech or civil disobedience. At the last meeting, Councilman Uden spoke about the incident at Assemblyman Abdulaziz's Black History Celebration event, where initially Councilman Jackson was outside passing out flyers containing racist posts and other obscene language from newly appointed 6th Ward Councilman Ibrahim Omar. Councilman Uden objected to Councilman Jackson's actions, suggesting that because it was a private event and Assemblyman Abdulaziz paid to rent the brownstone, Councilman Jackson had no right to go inside and pass out flyers. He stated, quote, "Freedom of speech does not mean disrespecting others. Expressing your rights, but it cannot disrespect others. That's not what freedom of speech means," unquote. He concluded by requesting that I speak about freedom of speech at the next meeting. I mentioned that Councilman Jackson was outside passing out flyers initially, and several guests asked him if he would come inside, including some urging him to do so. Still, Councilman Jackson said, "No, I wasn't invited, and I'm not welcome." He was demonstrating a freedom of speech protest. When Assemblyman Abdulaziz arrived, I approached him with a flyer asking him if Ibrahim Omar was a racist and if he supported this behavior. Councilman Jackson intervened and engaged in a virulent exchange with Assemblyman Abdulaziz, in which the Assemblyman denied supporting Ibrahim Omar and stated that Councilman Jackson voted for him. After that confrontation, Councilman Jackson said, now I am going inside. At this juncture, the method of the protest changed from freedom of speech to civil disobedience. We went inside and spoke to many of the guests and were informed that we needed to leave or the police would be called. Moments later, we were told the police were on the way. Upon receiving that news, Councilman Jackson made his civil disobedience stance official when he said, quote, I'm going to wait downstairs for the police to come so I could bring more attention and publicity to this egregious injustice, unquote. So Councilman Uden, when Councilman Jackson protest was about freedom of speech, there were no violations. So there was no need for me to speak about that. On the other hand, civil disobedience is defined as a public, nonviolent, and conscientious breach of law in which the protesters are willing to accept the legal consequences of their actions. 2 weeks ago, on March 4th, Congressman Alan Green broke decorum and interrupted convicted felon Donald Trump while addressing Congress. In an interview on 99.5 FM WBAI non-corporate radio, Congressman Green said, quote, when you engage in peaceful protest, you have to be disruptive. I did it because I stood on principle. And when you stand on principle, you're prepared to accept the consequences.
Thank you.
Unquote. Those were Councilman Jackson's sentiments precisely. Thank you.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Jaden Abgar. No?
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Jordan Wilder.
Mr. Jordan. Next speaker.
Justice Figueroa.
Yeah.
Adrian Tooley.
Yes. Adrian's here.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Start yet? Okay. Good evening. My name is Adrian Tooley. I'm a longtime educator and a parent. I'm here this evening on behalf of myself, many Paterson students and parents. We have a serious issue at hand at Phillips Academy Charter School of Paterson, located on 124 Madison Avenue. Dr. Dwayne Davis is the CEO, and we are preparing a petition for the commissioner titled Phillips Academy Charter School needs a new CEO. Dr. Davis has to go. Dr. Davis has brazenly plastered inappropriate sexual social media posting where he has openly posted a 10-year-old child holding a blue lunchbox wearing a white t-shirt with black letters which read, I, fun, unicorn, candle, kettle, on the first date. I'll show the photo later. Dr. Davis has taken the postings down because I raised my voice to the board. However, the postings have been shared thousands of times and remains a troubling, reoccurring posting at large that has distorted the image of the CEO who punishes any parent or student who shares their dismay of the posting, which is unforgettable and ever present. This community needs leaders in the school who are not perverts. Our children deserve respectful, plausible leaders. I asked this council to look into this matter and support the many parents and students who want a new CEO. Dr. Davis is rude, raunchy, and causing racial divide, calling black people criminals, and treating many of us like such. Namely me, to be honest, and many more. Phillips Academy has no PTA, and many parents and students who raise their voices are punished, harassed, restricted from school grounds, alongside Davis harassing students who have parents, who raise their voice about him. There is an online petition in the works by PAD, that's Parents Against Dr. Davis. We ask that the City of Paterson residents sign a petition to get the commissioner's attention. As many of you should remember, many years ago, a Paterson teacher posted distasteful comments about being a warden watching criminals on her social media platform, which caused a revolt, prompting that this teacher consider other career options. We need the same order of operation for Dr. Dwayne Davis. I want to be clear in saying that we need all hands on deck. The children of Paterson need leaders who are plausible, who are respectable. This person is connected to some people in Paterson, and he's, feels that he is untouchable. It's time for him to be touched. He needs to be removed. if it would happen anyplace else. If I'm a teacher, if I had a social media posting where I used a child to display something of this magnitude, they would take my teacher certificate. So the fact that he's affiliated with some people, he thinks that he can get away with this, it cannot happen. I'm going to be going to our freeholders. I'm going to be going to the highest places he has to go. There's no reason that he's there.
Yeah.
What does the post say?
Could you give the flyer to our secretary?
What does the post say?
She's going to pass the flyer to us so we can see it.
Thank you.
No,
No,
just
if-
give it to
if you
the
could share the
secretary.
flyer with the council. I know the council members want to look at the flyer. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Luz Torrey. You can make copies and give them if you want to. Colors.
Good evening, honorable members of the Council, City of Paterson. As a member, I stood before you about a month ago, asking for your support because of the Board of Education implementing a middle school model that was supposedly established in 2021. However, parents and the community only learned about it for the first time in early February of this year. The board claims they notified the public, but the individuals they allegedly informed are now in high school, where our kids that are in the lower grades are being affected, and the parents are unaware of it. The community is unaware of it. Over 150 parents gathered at 90 Delaware Ave to petition against this model, yet our concerns were completely disregarded. We have personally gone before the board, gathered signatures, attended meetings, and participated even in their community forum, only to be told that this was a hard pill to swallow and that the plan would move forward regardless of our objections. Since February, the board has ignored our serious concerns about student safety, construction budgets and timelines, financial burdens on both the parents and the district itself, even though they're making cuts on teachers, on their medical plans, on our school programs for special education, and the long-term impact on future generations who will, financial burdens on both the parents and the district, the long-term impact on future generations who will one day sit in these very seats that you're sitting on now. Instead of addressing these pressing issues, parents continue to be dismissed. Just a few weeks ago, a man was struck by a car while waiting for the bus. This is the same dangerous situation and the same exact road that our children will face when they are forced to walk longer distances under this model. Their safety is at risk, and this is unacceptable. The schools involved, School 3, which still has no building because they took the money and didn't give them a building. The School 9, School 8, and Dr. Hani Alawala, which is our school, have been mandated to re-register our students for the upcoming school year. Their excuse for re-registering the students is that they needed to know where to place them for their new ESL classes, which are geared into Arabic or Spanish-speaking classes, and which we all believe that students should not be segregated or separated in that way. They have mandated that we register our children. If our children that have IEPs and special programs, if their files follow them throughout their lifetime, why are we being asked to re-register? This is a responsible way to inform families that their children will not be returning to the same school next year. May I please continue?
Sure, you could
Thank you.
wrap it up.
Furthermore, we have yet to see official documentation, no spending budgets, no construction plans, no data to support the claims that this model is effective. How can such a drastic change be implemented without providing stakeholders with the necessary information? Instead of transparency, we're met with vague reassurances and empty promises. Upon reviewing public records from 2021, there is no evidence of a strategic plan supporting the data for this model when it was first introduced. Where is the plan? Where is the proof? If this model is truly beneficial, the lack of transparency only raises more doubts and deepens our concerns. We have repeatedly asked the Board of Education these questions, but they continue to ignore us. That is why I'm here today as a concerned parent. We're asking Paterson Council to stand with us. We urge you demand accountability for the Board of Education and the superintendent to support our request to rescind this model. The truth is, the superintendent and the board can resign this model at any time. So why won't they? Why are they choosing to push forward on a plan that lacks transparency regarding safety concerns and places unnecessary burdens on the families of the district?
I'm sorry.
Their refusal to reverse this is overwhelming position, only raises
wrap it up.
questions about their motives.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Deborah Hannibal. State your name and address, please.
Deborah Hannibal, Paterson, New Jersey. Good evening, Council President,
Good evening.
Council members. I want to send my love to Madam Clerk, and then the Deputy, and Sophia, and to the administration. I want to begin my remarks by apologizing for going over on the allotted time last week. I do not apologize for my comments. Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. I'm very passionate about the issue of the treatment of blacks in this community and believe that our concerns are not being properly addressed by this administration. Candidates for employment have been allowed to use extremely offensive racial remarks, apologize, and then they're giving a job. It is not okay. I too want to extend grace to Mr. Omar. I want to do that. However, this isn't the first incidents of something like that happening in the city. We all know that the council's presidents, Councilman Mendez's aide, called a city employee effing, and I don't want to say it, but you know, effing N-word. And then that person said it again, effing N-word. That person apologized, came here before this council, apologized, and then was placed on the city payroll. Again, I'm going to say that choosing Ibrahim Omar as the 6th Ward council person is a big problem because he made racist social media posts that unfairly label black people as criminals. So he's perpetuating that stereotype. That's why we're having issues with police. This is going on and on. Somebody has to say it's not okay. The mayor and other leaders have not held him responsible. They don't hold anyone accountable if they're speaking against black people. They're not taking our concerns seriously. If we want a fair and respectful city, we need leaders who treat everyone with kindness and stand against racism.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker, I believe he left, former Councilman Anthony Davis. I don't think he's here. Next speaker is G. Greer.
Councilman David left, and Brother G's here.
State your name, please, and address.
G. Greer from the great city of Paterson, where everything is so beautiful here. All the trash is picked up. There's no illegal dumping. There's no boats left nowhere, and everything is just beautiful in the city, right? Now, I'm serious. I'm here on a matter on East Main Street. Councilwoman Mims made a statement last week, and people called me, and I don't think you was directing it to me when you said we call you for everything, then you said you called both phones, and I try to tell people she wasn't directed that to me because I only know one of her phone numbers. But anyway, moving forward, I will never, well, I'm gonna try not to ever call another council person for anything, okay? What I'm gonna do, Louis like, you ain't gonna call me? What I'm gonna do is do what I do. I'm gonna blast it on social media. I'm gonna, the Paterson Plus page, I sent 111 East Main Street in 2020 to the Paterson Plus, and they said it was closed out. If you go there right now, the doors are still wide open. There's garbage all in front of the building, and those residents from the north side keep calling me about that. If you follow my page, some of the council members chimed in on that page, said we'll take care of it, we'll get it done. As of today, it's still not done. If any of you guys live in that building, you'll make sure it's done. And what's funny is that I never wanted to believe this. People used to say, well, things are not going to get done in the first ward because Mike Jackson is the councilman of that ward. So as I travel, I'm seeing stuff in the first ward that's been reported over and over and over again. No disrespect to True and Real in the 5th ward, but True and Real can get things done in his ward. I don't know if you got a special connect with people or what, but I'm giving you credit. Louis Velez get things done in the 5th ward. In the same way people respond in the 5th ward, they need to respond in the 1st ward, the 4th ward, the 3rd, and so on. It shouldn't be because I don't like a certain person and we get things done. Let's be about the people's business in the city, and then we can make Paterson great again. Everybody got their little cliques and this and that. When I post stuff on there, I post it for the betterment of the residents in the city of Paterson. I don't say, well, this is the 4th ward, I like Ruby better than you. No, let's just get it done. That's simple, plain and simple. In closing, Council President, you get things done in the 3rd ward. I don't know how, but you do, and the poor old 1st ward suffer. I got an email back from the city, and I'll share it with you guys private. The email came back to me from the city of Paterson in 2020 saying this property is going to be addressed, and it's still not addressed in 25. I got the email, still not addressed. Those folks down there, they deserve better. They really do. And thank you for not turning the mic off on me, but Councilman Houdin, you made a statement. You made a statement about the homeless. I just want you to know, Council President has been meeting with us since that incident with all the nonprofits that came here that night. So your statement, and you was kind of like pushing your chest up. Your statement last week was like, well, where they at? They ain't doing nothing. The Council President has been meeting with us. We have been working behind the scenes trying to rectify the situation. So your statement last week, it didn't sit well with me because we was crunched up in this room downstairs and the Council President was on top of it. On that, I want to say thank you. Thank you for allowing me a few extra minutes. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Daniel Mejia. Daniel. State your name and address, please.
Over here.
That's right. There you go.
Hello, everyone. Okay.
Cherokee.
If you could stand on this side.
Wasting your
Do you think we could start the time right now? Okay, it's already going. All right. Hello, my name is Daniel Burgos Mejia. First of all, I would like to thank each and every one of you for your time today. As CEO and owner of Silk City One, I am proud to not only introduce the platform that looks to keep the community informed, but also to invest in initiatives that look to uplift our community. One of the key features that we're working on currently is the implementation of hydroponic towers within the community. This is by adding vertical gardens within properties of homeowners, which would improve in the aesthetic of the property itself. It would add property value and help with the environment. I'm sorry, I've been working on this pitch to try to add it in 3 minutes. So I will just read some of the key points. So basically, I'm sorry.
Take your time.
It was this whole time trying to learn this pitch to present it to you. So I will just read it. As CEO and owner of Silk City One, I am proud to not only provide a platform that looks to keep our community informed, but also personally invest in initiatives that look to uplift our community. I am the first sponsor of Silk City One as a real estate sales associate for Realty One Group Legend, but I am looking for more investors and sponsors that are willing to work with Silk City One and believe in the progress and innovation of Paterson. One of the key projects that we are working on is the implementation of hydroponic towers, a sustainable and visually appealing way to transform the under-utilized spaces in our community. These towers will allow vertical gardens, not for fruits, but for beautiful flowers, which would enhance the environment, improve the air quality, and add value to the property. I am looking for landowners and investors willing to collaborate by allowing us to install and showcase a hydroponic tower on their property. If you agree, I will personally present you a design and the layout that it complements your space and enhances its aesthetics. But I will have a list of plans that I have posted on the Facebook website for Silk City One. These are plants that thrived in vertical towers. They're very low maintenance and also improve the aesthetics in the community. Beyond the beautification and sustainability of the city of Paterson, just 30 more seconds.
Wrap it up.
Silk City One looks to empower its citizens, which is why we implemented a feature called Recall Referendum. This feature gives you, the people, the power to basically hold each and every elect accountable when their interest is not to serve, when their best interest is not to serve the city itself. By supporting Silk City One, you're not just supporting a news platform, you're also sponsoring and investing in innovation, sustainability, and government accountability.
Thank you, Daniel. Thank you.
Thank you again, and I'm sorry for the time.
Thank you, Daniel. Let's speak, Madam Clerk.
We have no more
Move to
speakers.
Second.
Motion moved to close by Councilman Velez and second by Councilwoman Allard, Dr. Lily Simmons. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to close our public portion.
Roll call to close the public portion. Councilwoman Cotton.
I'm going to pass, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman, what?
Go ahead.
Oh, pass? Okay.
Yeah.
Councilwoman Davila.
Go ahead. Who's passing?
We heard all of the public. There's a lot that was said today. I just want everyone to know that whatever needs to be addressed, all right, and specific to Cameo. I know that you called me concerning, about the garbage and about, you buying the rakes and, coming together as a team, and even the individuals who offered, to pick up and where to drop off. And as I shared with you, that connect is directly with DPW director. It can go to our, oh my God, what do you call the place where you? City yard. It could go to our city yard. You don't have to be the ones to take it. I also share with you that we as well, we appreciate, you don't have to do this, but the fact that you do it, I know that you're letting us know we care, all right? I think it has to be a bigger group of individuals that can be like-minded to say, I should be cleaning in front of my property as well, because a lot of the garbage, it is in our city workers, all right? It's sometimes, and I've seen this, I work for Passaic County College, I see the students coming out of the school just eating and just tossing. And I've been cursed out because I've said, young man, young lady, you shouldn't do that. Who the F do you think you are? Blah, blah, blah. So I'm like, listen, I'm not going to go into this confrontation, right? So we understand that we have a big issue. I know that, you know, there's this campaign going on, which has been going on for years. You know, Paterson has to clean up, and we have to take ownership. So I want to thank you directly for what you're doing. I want to thank Corey, because I know you guys are doing it as a team, and everyone that has joined you. But please, no, do not take money out of your pocket to do this, all right? There's resources within our city and our department that when we do these Paterson clean sweeps, we're able to provide that, all right? So again, any connect, as I just shared with you, Commissioner Teague, you're welcome also to, you know, pick up that phone and make that phone call to me, all right? I'm that person that if I don't answer, you text me and I respond, all right? So with that said, and to everyone else, I know there's a lot of individuals here waiting for their items to be passed. I am going to let you all know that I do have to leave. Unfortunately, I cannot stay for the full meeting. If you see I keep getting up and down, there is a reason for that, okay? So I don't want for anyone to think that there is a disrespect. So, Council President, as I shared with you, I can't, you know, stay for the full meeting. But with that said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes to close the public portion.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Before I begin to address the public, I want to officially, once again, place on record my objection to the style, the format in which this council has begun to adopt and the way in which it addresses the public, which was not the way when I first got elected. You know, by us waiting to the end to address the speaker's concerns, one, it elongates our closure. That's the first thing. Two, it doesn't give the concern of the person at the podium an opportunity to be fairly addressed. The young lady, Luz, who was speaking, she paused, and if you go back and watch the video, she paused because everyone was moving around. We had 2 council members over there speaking to another resident about the other matter. If we just took the time to address the previous speaker, then the person that's at the podium could get the council's undivided attention. But the reality of it is that the school board, and I'm not saying all of them because we know Brother Teague, as he's still sitting here, the school board doesn't hear the community's concerns and cries the same way the city council doesn't. Many times people come to the podium, you feel as if your concerns are not being addressed. There's many people who came here tonight that addressed the council's concerns, for their concerns about the schools, and we just, you know, callously just move forward. I've said it a long time ago, I'm not a fan of the current superintendent. She made a move that I felt was detrimental to this community the moment she got here, and without his consult, removed one of our brightest shining stars of the community. That's Mr. Zatiti Moody, who's now Dr. Moody, who was forced into another situation which forced his hand to just resign. So here you have a steward of our community, a lifelong resident of the city, a person that has made a monumental impact on our community, forced out of our district. I made every attempt to meet with her, to speak with her about this. It took me 6 months to get a meeting with her. 4 months went by, she just totally ignored my calls. Her response to me was, well, her secretary's response was, what do I want to meet with her about? Here I'm duly elected, and yet the parents that have concerns about their kids, she has still failed to address their concerns. And might I remind you that she makes close to $300,000 a year, and the conditions of our schools, the numbers haven't improved. There's a lot of things that we should be concerned about. Then yesterday I found out a young lady who works at International was another community member, a person who lives in the city, who was unfairly terminated. No infractions. Like, there's normally a progressive disciplinary action. This young lady was terminated. Come to find out, she made $17,000 a year. as a part-time, well, a person that dealt directly with the youth in our community. So when you continuously remove these people who have a connection, who understand the community, then you're actually doing us a disservice. Shortly after Mr. Zatiti Moody was removed, there was a huge brawl at the school where his father's name is on the wall, and over 20+ units had to be dispatched at that location. And it speaks directly to her failure in not understanding his impact on those youth. But I digress, because the school board has definitely the power to remove her, but as a whole, by and large, we choose not to. And for those who said that, I'm racially driven, I'm unfairly motivated, this young lady's black. And personally, I feel like our children are not being serviced properly. So I don't care where it's coming from, we're gonna hold you accountable for the job that you're failing at. But relative to some of the concerns about Market Street and Broadway and things of that nature, let me remind the community that I voted consistently against the downtown SID, which is terribly failing us, which is, there's a six-figure salary that's tied to that position. And I got a phone call from Ms. Linda Wilson in with regard to the illegal road closures before 9 a.m. Again, although it's a law, although it's on the books, and it goes through my recommendation through the chair to the legal department, we still allow these laws to be broken and the community's best concerns to be ignored. Brother G, I'll say this. I appreciate your diligence. It's definitely needed, because I make many reports, and the reports don't necessarily always get handled. I don't subscribe to the notion that the first ward is ignored because Councilman Jackson is there. I have a very good relationship with the DPW director, the assistant director, one of the assistant directors who we carry the same name, and he's very diligent. I would say he's very responsive. What I would attribute it to is the fact that the department is grossly undermanned. They're overworked. When you look at the bulk pickup that has failed because they took the recycle division that was being grossly overworked and tasked them with the responsibilities of picking up the bulk. And a lot of those guys, although they would love to have the additional money, they're chosen not to do it because they just can't handle that load. So yet again, which comes right back to this council and the administration on its failures. So although I appreciate and respect the perspective, I think that there's mirrored situations all over. My kids go to school in the 6th ward. My truck is taking a desperate beating by all the potholes that are there. The garbage that is over there is just as equally abundant. And it wasn't until I put a video up on Facebook myself of that trash that was lined in the 6th ward that there was an effort to pick that up. So continue to do what you're doing, because as you post it, the shamefulness would cause the reaction and cause it to get picked up. Madam Clerk, I'm sorry to go on, but my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Mims.
Yeah, so I'm going to put it back. First of all, let me say this to the public viewing and present. Thank you for taking time away from your families, your livelihood, to be here to share your concerns or just to be present in the meeting or watching. But to the administration, I'm going to bring it back. Every week that we're here, we have residents or people that come to the microphone in regards to different situations and or concerns. I would like it to be brought back when they come here, that each of those items are printed and the response to whatever their concern was is there and is left at this, on the dais next to the agenda, so that they are fully aware of the questions and or the answers that were asked. Because a lot of times people come to the microphone, they don't hear a response, and no one says anything, and they leave and go home and they don't hear anything. So I'm going to put it back. We did it at one time, so I'm putting it back on the record that we do it again. There were many different calls and complaints, one about 444 Market Street, and health inspector needs to go and check out that restaurant. 444 Market Street, where the food is being dropped on the ground and then being reused. We need to have a health inspector check that out. Also, I commend Ms. Black and so many others in the community. Mr. Teague, I saw him in the video as well, as they were doing the cleanup, as you always do. It's not you just did it, you've always done it. But I sent the text to Camia while we're sitting here, just to let her know that we have a clean corridor program in the city through DPW. If you call them ahead of time and tell them these are the days we'll be there, they will give you the brooms, the rakes, the shovels, the garbage bags. They'll give you everything, and they will arrange the time of pickup. So you don't have to spend anything out of your pocket. It just takes calling DPW, setting that up, and then they will make sure that you have everything you need, and they will come and pick those items up, because we want to show our appreciation for the work that you're doing. Gee, I don't know who came back to you and said, was she talking to you? I was talking in general in regards to calls, because we do get calls. Both of my phones are listed online, so it's not hard to get either one, the city's number or my personal number. But I'm going to say this. I don't mind that things are posted on social media, but I want the community to understand. We, as the council body, are the legislators. If you really want it done, send it to the mayor. Tag the mayor. He is the one that has appointed all of the directors, whether it's DPW, health department, wherever. I never see him tagged. It's always tagged council people, and we do respond. We respond, we reach out to those departments, but it would be so much quicker if you tag the mayor. Because those individuals that get those things done, they work directly for the mayor. And that's who is supposed to give them direction, the mayor, although we have a working relationship with them and they do respond to us. And sometimes things are posted, we don't see them, not that we're ignoring them. We don't see them because we're not on social media all day long waiting for somebody to post something or get their complaints. I don't mind that you give me a call, because the community calls me all the time. I don't have an issue with that. So that we can move forward. To Mr. Oliveras, he mentioned that he's reached out to me multiple times. It's not true. I reached out to him to have a conversation. He reached back to me when I was on vacation. When I came back from vacation, I said, I saw that you called me. We can set it up. So I'm putting it on record, Mr. Oliveras. Whenever you're ready to meet, I'm available. Just give me a call. It wasn't multiple times because I would have definitely responded. So just give me a call. Call me tomorrow. Call me tonight. I'll meet you tonight. Call me tonight, and we can have a conversation. That's what it's about. But let's keep doing the business of this community. There are great things that are happening despite all the other things. I agree the city is filthy, but the city is not just filthy because it's not being clean. Let's talk about the people that throw big bags of McDonald's out of their car window. Let's talk about the people that's illegally dumping all over our community. Just think sometimes when you're in your car and you have sunflower seeds and you throw them out the window. That's adding to the trash. So we have to be able to identify who the perpetrators are. We also have to address those people when we see them dumping out banana peels and McDonald's and Kentucky bags and White Castle bags, Pampers and Chinese food out of their windows, full bags of garbage out of their windows. Or if you see a can that's full, don't put nothing else there. It's already filled. You see it's filled. So sometimes we have to work in collaboration to make sure that the city gets clean. It needs to be clean. And to the administration, there needs to be a look at the potholes. I know they have a list, but 9th Ave is like the Dukes of Hazzard. You start up, they did some filling at the top, but if you come down starting on East 26, all the way down to Route 20, you can't even drive on one side of the street. You have to go on the other side. And then there's potholes everywhere. I could start listing areas, locations, wherever. But I remember Mr. Price giving that information out some months ago, and so I want to put it on the record. And to all the others, I know they're definitely working on the request now that we have the access to get the payloader to get the streets refilled. It's starting to get warm, so possibly in April or May, the streets that are scheduled for repaving will start to get done. Thank you to this council who has voted to make sure that those things are done. But to the community, if you see something going on, say something. There's an area, something you see that needs to be worked on, reach out to us, reach out to the administration, reach out to the mayor's office, and to make sure that those situations get resolved. To the family, not just the family, but the families of a lot of the senseless violence that's going on in the community, my heart goes out. I got so many calls with the incident on Market Street. I mean, the videos were up, people were calling, some people sent me inboxes of the videos, and I just want to say, in our community, we have to find a way, because what happens is when one thing happens, it's going to keep happening over and over and over again. So what is the answer to resolve it? Possibly a solution of peace. I'm not sure what the root is, and that's something we don't know. But we are not the people that are responsible for these incidents. We don't even know when they happen. We have no clue unless we see it on social media, somebody's texting and calling us, or a family member saying, like, this happened, like, help, or they're screaming on the phone. I know Councilwoman Cotton and myself, we get so many calls, and she used to go by herself, I will go by myself. Now we've teamed up and we go together because we don't want to be in those scenarios by ourselves as females, female council people. So we do that a lot. So I want to say to the families of those that have lost their lives, those that are disabled from this situation, and those that are recovering from these scenarios, my heartfelt condolences and my prayers go out to you. It's a sad situation, and I agree, Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz has been a very strong advocate in the district for our children, and there was the woman that came about the middle school project. To my understanding, in regards to the middle school project, it started back in 2012. That's how long it's been going on. The can was kicked down the road for some years. Then it came back up on the council. I was a former school board commissioner, came back, and then finally it got voted on, and now these scenarios are happening. Some have already started, and then this is a situation. We have Corey Teague, who I used to serve with on the school board. He's an excellent school board commissioner, and I'm sure as people are coming and conversating that if you'll talk to Commissioner Teague and others on the school board, they will really get your answers resolved. We can stand in solidarity and support, but we have no purview for school board. School board and the city council are totally different entities, as well as the housing board. Housing is a totally different entity. All of these entities have their own board. They serve autonomously, and when you have issues, those are the individuals, those commissioners that can resolve and or help and or assist in these concerns. You can always come to the mic, we don't mind, but this is our area. We're here. We stand for children. I work with children every day. I'm an educator, so I work with them every single day as a mom and a grandmother, but I work in my building with kids every single day, as some of you in this audience very well know. And I want to say to our parents, continue the things that you're doing for your children. Continue hugging on them and loving on them, because those are some of the smallest things that sometimes we take for granted. Telling your child you love them, tell them I appreciate you, how great of a job you're doing, because that, when they're young, goes a long way when they become an adult. In closing, Madam Clerk, it's okay not to like people. It's okay if you don't get along with people, but in order to move this city forward, it has to be about the people. Has to be about the people. It can't be about you, we're fighting, you fight. That's not how the city moves forward. Please reach out to council members. We have 3 that are at large, and the rest council represent wards. But please reach out to us. If you have solutions or ideas, we're open to hear them, because we understand that we can't do it by ourselves. Reach out to us. We will definitely work towards that and get it done together. Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Huh? All right, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Omar.
Before I do vote, I just want to let the residents know that we are listening and we will address your concerns, but also I want to commend Cameo Black and Commissioner Teague, because you guys have taken time out of your day and apparently your money to clean up our city, so I commend you guys for that. Thank you. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Newton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good evening, Paterson. So thank you, those who are still here and make your voice heard, and those who are watching us live on TVs, thank you for your participation to make sure that we address your concern as well. So many concerns were shared, and let me address some of the important ones. As I am also an educator at Paterson Public Schools, and I work with our children last 11 plus years at Paterson Public Schools. I know that tax hikes from the last year especially is a concern for our residents. And I want to just talk about our side, the municipal part. People think that every time tax hikes that we, the council members, are responsible for everything. That's not true, though. Even last tax hike we are talking about from the municipal was only 2%. Initial one was 3-point-some%. All the council members, we denied. We said we are not going to support the budget with more than 2%. That's what we stated. Until the adjustment comes, we did not even entertain this in the council chamber. We have to raise 2% because we accept state transitional aid. Even this year, we are expecting $27 million from state transition. If we do not accept that, if we are self-dependent without state aid, I believe that we are going to say no to any tax hike from our side. We stood strongly last time. That's why we did not even read or entertain this budget in this chamber until it came down to the minimum percentage. Now, Paterson Public Schools is totally different entity, is totally different board who supports or not support. However, as a resident of the city of Paterson, as an educator, as a council members, we know the impact. If yesterday's meeting, the 5 to 8%, I think that was the initial proposed to tax hike from Paterson Public Schools. If that would happen, that would take about average of $250 to $300 per house increase in the taxes. And I request our community members that way you are showing up here, making your voice heard, you need to show up to the Paterson Public Schools Board of Education meetings regularly and also make your voice heard, because this is going to impact all of us equally. Now, the concern about the quality of education. Whether with this percentage high, is it going to help our education or not? This is, again, it's another part that Paterson Public School need to answer that. But I definitely would say that Paterson Public School need to come up with something strategic, that how they could minimize their expenses. We need teachers in the classroom to teach. But I feel that we have more administrators than teachers in the Paterson Public Schools. That is a major concern, and I believe that should be addressed. You can hire 3-4 teachers with one administrator's salary. So I think Paterson community need to be more involved to our school system. And I would like to quote Commissioner Corey Teague that about your children and their education and your involvement in Paterson Public School, which is very important. And I'm talking about my personal experience of calling parents, because we do make phone calls every other day. Sometimes we call parents to let them know that how great their kids are doing. Sometimes we call parents to address the concern that they need to help us to fix. Sometimes we get a call back saying that this is not my time to deal with. This is your time to deal with. If this happens, we are not going to solve any problem at all. You should know and you must know that this is your child and what your child's doing. Giving birth is not becoming a parent. Giving birth is just giving birth. But becoming parents takes more jobs to do. You need to know what's your child doing, and you need to know that what part of the issue that you need to address with your child with the help of the teachers, administrators, Paterson Public Schools. And I am very optimistic that with your support and help, one day Paterson Public Schools and our children will thrive. Let me go to another speaker, my brother Olivares. And I always like to see you here. I'm not sure he's here or not. And one of the comments said that you don't have to call us or we don't have to respond to you. Look, if our council job is just to come into the meeting on every Tuesday, I would say that council members should not get paid. This is not only our job. This is just part of our job, coming to the council meeting. This is not only our job. Our job is to be connected with the constituents, do our engagement with the community members. This is part of our job. It's just coming here every Tuesday and and getting attention is not only jobs. And this is why we, the council members, as Councilwoman Ruby Cotton last week mentioned, that we are in 24/7 phone calls. We are responding your call. We are meeting you in person and highlighting the important issue that every ward, every resident share with. Now, here's an experience I have shared last week as well. When I became council member in the city of Paterson back in May 2022, in June 20, May was election, so July 1st, I took this oath. And in July, the members of the first ward reached out to me about Redwood Avenue resurfacing. And if I share that with the other council members, that what should I do? And if the response comes, this is not my job, this is DPW's job, then how am I going to highlight the concern of a particular residence? So what I'm trying to say is that it is, of course, my duty to know the highlighted, which is the urgent need of the residents. And I need to be connected with the people in person. And this is what exactly I, as a council member, is doing, and I believe that my council colleagues also try their level best to be connected with the people. This is why we feel that we need to respond to your call. You need to call us as well, so that together Paterson can fix the problems that we are going through. Freedom of speech. Before I go to the freedom of speech, do I have to address anything else? No, my brother from Prospect Park, Daniel Jr. I believe that we never stopped anybody speaking from anywhere, any municipalities. Even recently people came from Newark to speak here in the council chamber. I never saw that because they are not from Paterson, we did not allow anybody to speak. That never happened in the council chamber. However, one thing that was a major factor the last week, that when you are threatening a councilwoman, that you are going to see her outside, this is a major concern. And people feel that this is not a job of a man, that what he have done. A councilwoman, you are disrespecting. Forget about councilman. He cannot disrespect. As a man, he cannot disrespect any woman. And he cannot tell any woman, okay, I'm going to see you outside. He can say that. He can threaten anybody like this. Doesn't matter you're from Prospect Park, you're from Paterson, from anywhere in the world. He cannot disrespect a woman like this. That's all was matter. So nobody stopped you from that you are not living in the city of Paterson. Now, freedom of speech. My brother, yes, okay, so I am still stating that freedom of speech does not mean you are going to disrespect others. And as you quoted many things, and I would like to quote as well here, and two of my favorite quotes. From the founding father, Benjamin Franklin, who stated that whoever would overthrow the liberty of a nation must begin by subduing the freeness of speech. While Franklin supported freedom of speech, it implied that speech should serve to protect liberty, not disrupt order and harm others. And my favorite quote from John Stuart Mill, a British philosopher, he said, "The liberty of the individuals must be thus far limited. He must not make himself a nuisance," the word, a nuisance to other people. It means that freedom of speech has moral and social limits where it begins to harm others or disrupt social harmony. So this is what freedoms of speech stand for. And he reminded me something funny. Before I became a council member, back in 2020, someone was doing graffiti in a private property. And I hold the person like this. I said, "What are you doing here?" He said, "This is my freedom of expression." I said, "You are not doing your freedom of expression in someone else's property. You better do your freedom of expression in your bedroom, not in someone's property by drawing illegal graffiti." So this is what you are reminding me today. So again, Paterson, we are here with you 24/7. You should call us. We should respond to you. This is our job. This is our duty. Whoever said this is not our job, to call us or to respond to you, this is wrong. Community constituent service, community engagement, also part of our duty. Again, we are always a phone call away, and again, together we can move the city forward. With that being said, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Okay, you said yes? Your vote is yes? Okay, thank you very much. Councilman Velez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
You're welcome.
Oof. So, just quick, I don't have to prove everybody what I do. You see me out there. You follow me in my social media. I got 6,691 contacts in my phone, so they could call me. They have an address. I'm easy to reach out. My colleagues over here knows that when they call me for another wards, I call them, and if they not, because they got other jobs, they got other things to do. Sometimes I take care of it. I report it back to them. So that's teamwork, right? So those that came to the podium, I respect the freedom of speech. Is your 3 minutes of public act that we have by law. So we will take note of anything that is concerning the city of Paterson and address it accordingly. Those that express it, I didn't listen to a lot of them because I was out there taking care of some situation. But those that express it negative about me, sorry, you feel that way. Saying that, my vote is yes to close.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Cotton.
You was Councilman Velez. That was really good. Thank you. I'm gonna try my best to follow him. There was a couple comments. I just want to try to respond.
All right.
And I just want to say
thank
to
you.
Cameo,
Madam Clerk, the
No,
last.
I didn't say yes.
Oh, you haven't voted, Councilwoman? I'm sorry. Do apologize.
I just want to say to Cameo, I know they're going to look into that situation. I'm not quite sure if they came back again. I know they were there at one time. So we'll make sure that we look into that. For Corey T., you are so correct. Parents, you gotta get involved with your kids. You gotta get involved. And I'm so happy to see my Henry Addison back there. He played 4 years with my son at Eastside High School football. 4 years, Henry, you saw me. 4 years, you saw me get off work at 6 o'clock in the morning, go home, sleep for 3 hours, cook food on a Friday for y'all to play football on a Friday night. And I look at you and I look at all the other young men that came through with my Eddie, and I'm proud of you, Henry, because you came through this. And you know how difficult it was, Henry, crossing Market Street back in 99, 2000, 2001, 2002. And it seemed like it's still the same way. But we ourselves, if I help you least I helped somebody. You know what I mean? You got to look at it that way. Pick one, pick two, pick three. And then you, Henry, I know, is helping people. You may not think so, but Henry, you are helping people. And so just continue to do what you do. You know, I see you out there, you're on Market Street, but just continue to do what you do. And one thing I got to say is that you got to keep joy in your heart, faith in your heart. You got to keep it, because when you spread goodness and good feelings and positive energy, all that rubs off on people. That negative energy don't make people feel good. So let's keep it doing a positive energy. So I want to say to you, Henry, I'm proud of you, you know, because I've known you for such a long time. And I know all those kids that came through there, I see them, they're all doing very well. They're all doing very well. I just also want to say to, they had made a comment about our role is not to take phone calls or lead them. If I don't know where to go, if I don't know to go to the housing, if I don't know to go to community improvement, if I don't know to go to community development, who am I going to call to tell me to go there? You got to call us. Because sometimes they want to call everybody, but sometimes we have to do our best to send them to the right department. And what I always say, and I've learned that back in the day from being involved with schools, what I find is that when you travel, you learn what other cities are doing. When you travel, you see how other school systems are working. When you travel, you see what other towns are doing. Then you can bring their ideas back to your town. So I would go to different places, and you know, and I want to say to my aide, which is Jamie Bland, you know, we can call somebody on the county, we can call somebody on the state, we can call somebody on the federal government. Nellie Poe's going to answer her phone. Governor Phil Murphy's going to answer his phone, because they see you at different events and they see you being involved. Because I say, when you don't show up and they don't see you, then your name is not. You don't see you. When I told the artists back in the years, the reason why Paterson didn't get no money for the arts, because we wasn't down in Trenton sitting in the room. You got to be down there sitting in the room, because they don't see you. When they don't see you, they don't think to give you anything. And once I said that, they realized that they needed to go down to these meetings. When Senator Wimberly have budget meetings, we got to go sit in these budget meetings and say what we need to say, or tell them what we need to get. Because with what's happening now, I watch CNN every morning. It's like, there's so much stuff going on. I feel for people. Some of my family members are federal workers. Yeah. They ain't got no job. Just like that. Just like that. You know how that feels? You don't know how you're going to make your next mortgage payment? You know how it feels? You can't make your next car payment. You can't pay your electric bill. You know how that feels? And you're doing good, and all of a sudden, and you didn't do nothing wrong. But what's they call that thing? That you can get fired at any time. So let's just keep, let's just do our best to share what we know and share our knowledge and share what we do. Because once we understand that and we can share that, don't say, look, I go downstairs right now, people come upstairs here, you know what they say? I don't care who here, I just want to talk to a council person. I don't care who's sitting upstairs, I want to talk to a council person. And most of the time it's me. And I don't mind doing that. I don't care what ward they live in. I'm not going to tell you, I'm not going to speak to you, because I'm going to talk to you. I'm going to try to guide you to the best way. And I'm telling you, you'll be surprised of some of the things that seniors are not being taken care of by their children. Children are not being taken care of by their parents. It's a lot. And to say that they don't need to call me, sad, sad, sad for them to say that. They got to, because everybody else is here. And and there's all kind of things going on. And I just want to say, too, that, I have my one aide, only thing she does is handle public service stuff. At least she know the man at public service. She can pick up the phone. He gonna answer her call. Because she don't call them so much for lights being out and trying to change lights. So they know. So you really need to try to get to know people, too. So if Joe Keys, you need to talk to somebody in Trenton, I can guide you to the person in Trenton that you need to talk to. about certain, whatever situation. So I'm going to wrap it up. I just want to say that, you know,
Thank you, Councilman.
I'm going to do what I need to do. I'm always acceptable. And I'm going to leave on this last note. I'm not going to sit up here and argue with nobody. I'm not going to do it. Because you know what? God said, Ruby, do what you can for the people. Help them out as much as you can. And make yourself have joy in your life. Have faith in your heart. Because you know what? For me to sit here and go back and forth and argue back and forth, I'm not going to do it. And I come up with this conclusion. I got less years in front of me than behind me. And I'm going to make my best years in front of me, and whoever else I can bring with me to make it their best years in front of them, that's exactly what I'm going to do. Madam Clerk, with that being said, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Yep.
Council President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, council members. I will definitely let me address some members of the public that came in front of this council to address some of the concerns that are happening in our community. First of all, Camille Black, thank you for making a difference. You out there, you know, you don't work for the city, but you live in Paterson, and you really want to take pride of our city. You're spending your own resources and your energy to see our city clean. That speaks values from you. I want to say thank you. And, you know, I want to make sure that Director Billy is in contact with you. You don't have to spend your money. You know, there's resources with a clean community that we have for you to get the stuff that you need to just do those clean out projects, to get members of the community involved. We got to take pride of a city, and I want to say thank you. If we want to see our city better, we all have to work together to make our city clean. You know, definitely, yes, Paterson, I mean, it's filthy. What we see, that's not the Paterson that we want to see, but I just want to say thank you. I know Brother G left, but I know he's going to see this on YouTube. Brother G, keep doing your work, keep posting your picture, keep posting your video. You know, we pay attention about the job that you're doing. As Camille Black is doing, trying to make it different, you're making it different in the city, because when you post a picture on Facebook, our Council colleague, my Council colleague, they're looking at your post, and we're taking action. And you have 3 councilmen, we have 3 councilmen at large here, Councilman Furiudin, Councilwoman Mims, Councilwoman Davila. They will address any other issue in any different section. And myself, and I know Councilman Balesa, all my council colleagues, I received phone call from the 1st Ward, from the 6th Ward. We don't choose like which area. No, we just take action. We make the call and we do what we have to do. And Brother G, he spoke about the meeting that I have with all those books on the ground institution. You know, I put a legislation on the floor. It wasn't the best legislation because I received a lot of complaints. But doing nothing is not an option. I regret and I refuse to see my city with so many homeless people sleeping out there in the street. People with addiction, people with mental problems. We got to find a solution for those problems. This is not the city that I want to see. You don't see this in any other municipality in Passaic County. I'm going to come back with a better legislation. I'm going to have a conversation with my council colleague once we have that done. But we're working on. And as I mentioned, I want to say thank you to all my council colleagues, my council members at large, and all the ward councilmen, because you guys are involved. Sometimes we have people speaking about our job and our responsibility. You don't know what it means to be a councilman in the city of Paterson. It's not your job to go to the grocery store and buy $100 or $200 grocery and drop it at a senior because she doesn't have nothing to eat at the refrigerator. It's not your job to find a shelter for a single mom that is being in a domestic violence situation and she's running for her life with her 2 children. It's not our job, but we got to do it. That's the community that we're serving. Commissioner T spoke on the public portion about how important it is to get involved with our children. Parents, please get involved in your children's education. If you get involved, you would know what's going on in your house. We have a parent living with their children, and they don't really know their children and the environment that they have in our community. You have to pay attention. Because it's not about the school system, it's not about the city. As a parent, it's your responsibility to get involved and stay on top of your children's education. If we want a better city, it's your job. Now we have many of the children that they have the privilege to have their parents at home, and we have to deal with that. The school system have to deal with that situation, and we as an elected official have to deal with that every single day. You know, so downtown I hear this over and over. The bulk situation, people dumping garbage in our community, and how filthy is downtown. And the administration have this information. On the public portion, every person that comes in front of a public portion, the administration have that note, they will have that note, and the directors, that's what we're doing here. So when you come in and speak on the mic, because we don't address you immediately, it's not true that nothing will happen. They have that information. And I want to say thank you to every resident of the city of Paterson to come here and speak up. What you saw in the first ward, what happened with the school, what you saw on the new redevelopment agreement, the new development for affordable housing, that's happening because people are getting involved, and that's the only way that we're going to see a change in our city. Now, I've been mentioning this over and over, Harry, to the administration about the bulk pickup and the scheduling. We all know that that's not working. We have more and more people dumping because they refuse to call, making a schedule to drop a table, to put a table outside. They just dumping garbage everywhere. I'm being recommended to the administration to put a schedule for the bulk situation. Tell the community if we have 1 day out of the month or 2 days out of the month to put the table that we don't want, the chair that we don't want outside, and let's put a fixed schedule to help our residents understand. A lot of our seniors, they're not computer savvy. They cannot get into a computer to schedule a bulk pickup. You know, I could get on the phone to make an appointment with my doctor, you know, with my accountant, but not to put a chair outside, not to put a table outside. That's not working. Let's change that out. If we have to put more resources into our public work, more manpower, but we need to clean the city because it's filthy. What I see here, it's not good. Now, you know, enforcing the law in the city of Paterson is key. It really breaks my heart to see a street cleaning going out with no inspector in the front. We're leaving money on the table every single day. People are not moving their car because we have no inspector in front of the street sweeper. It really breaks my heart. Any street cleaning route could bring $4,000 to $5,000 in 1 day into the city of Paterson. If we have the inspectors, let's hire those inspectors. Let's pay a decent salary to enforce the law. Paterson is filthy, absolutely. We have no inspector to go in front of the street sweeper. $5,000 per route, and now taxes are out of control. You hear from the school board, 6% tax increase. By law, we're gonna have to increase to 2% because we're getting $27 million from DCA. So everything go on the burden of our taxpayer. Our homeowners are crying, and it's hard. But if we start enforcing the law that we have in the book, the traffic division, we need to enforce the traffic division need to go out there. People are speeding, they driving reckless in the city of Paterson, and when they go to Wayne, when they go to Hawthorne, they slow down. But in Paterson, they speeding. They go 50, 60 miles per hour. 11th Avenue by School 26. I pray every single day that our children are safe on that section because people, they flying on that section, knowing that we have a school there. But guess what? They know that we're not enforcing the law. If we start enforcing the law, we will have enough money to balance our budget, and we will get our city clean and organized. So we have a lot of work to do. Thank you to Jamie Blount one more time for this phenomenal project. Thank you, my council colleague, once again to the public. Everybody stuck within the 3 minutes, 30 seconds to wrap it up, and we got 23 speakers. Everybody present their complaint to the council and to the administration, and we're gonna keep working. Let's pray for our children, Paterson. Let's pray for our community. We live in a very difficult situation. I want to express my deepest condolences to the family that lost a young man this past weekend. But parents, we got to get involved. We cannot do it alone. We can. You know what's going on with your house. If you stay on top of your child, you know what's going to happen. Check the book back. Go to school. Take a day off and have a meeting with the principal, with the teacher. You will know what happened with your son. Don't believe what you see at home. Take 1 day out of the month. Meet with the principal. Meet with the teachers. And that's your job as a parent. That's not my job as an elected official. It's not my job. Our job as an elected official is put the resources that administration need to have enough police officers, to have to have public work, to have economic development, our health department. That's our job, and we do more than that because our city needs us. But you as a parent, not getting involved in your child's education, don't come back here when something bad happens. Don't blame me as an elected. I'm on top of my 3 children. Don't blame us. Do your job as a parent, Paterson. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Council President. The votes
Madam Clerk,
Yes, Council.
I apologize. I have to reconsider my vote for a brief moment. I cannot let this go past. Councilman Udine, I would normally not do this, but I have to. I think it's very relevant and it's very improper. We're gonna have to sit down and talk. I'm curious of what role do you play in the Paterson Public Schools? If you're a classroom teacher, we can have that discussion later. But let me explain something to you. Just because an individual is black and he says, let's go outside, doesn't mean that he's inviting somebody outside to fight. This gentleman is 74 years old. He's older than my father. And then he went outside without any issues, where there was officers. He went out there with Councilwoman Mims. They were out there for an extensive period of time. They had a conversation. You stopped the meeting while you were speaking last week, try to emphasize whether or not there was a hostile or violent intent. As he tried to speak when the public portion was over, like we normally do, he was stifled and muffled, and he asked Councilwoman to go outside. She went outside for possibly 20 minutes with no issues. Here it is yet again, you're making comments on whether or not it's appropriate for a grown man. You can't say that. He's a grown man. He can ask anyone to talk to him outside, come outside to speak to me as much as he wants to. That's not a threat. That's not a threat. And projecting that as it was a threat, his character was assassinated on social media, and he went outside for 20 minutes and didn't have an issue. I recall one day, there was a matter that was taking place in here. There was a large number of people who were not black, and it was a very hostile. The meeting had to be stopped because there were people that was getting ready to get into a fight. You didn't say anything about that. You didn't mention one thing about that, but yet you still want to demoralize or mischaracterize the gentleman as asking a woman to come outside and fight. I'm sure he has better things to do than attempt to threaten a woman. That's not what happened. And if he was threatening her, I'm sure she would not have gone outside with him, and I'm sure the police officers would have went outside with him as well. Now, let me say this, because since I don't know you very well, let me just correct another piece of context. The parking authority and the housing authority belong to the city of Paterson. I can give you the resolution. It was in '51 when the Paterson Housing Authority was created by the city council. It was created because the federal government brought forward programming to help the community bring forward affordable housing. Yes, their board is autonomous, but they are overseen and directed by this council. That's why whenever they enter into an agreement, those agreements must come back before this council to be approved. Unlike the school board, which is totally autonomous, Paterson, the city council has nothing to do with the resolutions that they approve. But I want to, disclaim this misnomer that we don't have anything to do with the housing and or parking authority. We have complete control. In fact, if this council wants tonight, we could bring forward a resolution to dissolve both entities because we own them. We own them. And furthermore, the parcels that they are over is owned by the city of Paterson, meaning all the property that the housing authority oversees, that the parking authority oversees, is owned by the city of Paterson. That's why they're not taxable. That's why they're non-taxable entities, because it's owned by the city. We wouldn't tax ourselves. So now these agreements that have been entered into with third-party developers, that have gotten all of the HUD money, $40 million on one single project in developers' fees, is not being taxed. It's not in full taxation because those properties are still owned by Paterson but managed by a third-party entity. Just wanted to bring that point of clarity because many times people will sit here and bring you false information. Then they'll say, he's lying, it's a lie, it's a lie. Tell me where the lie is. I can show you in 51 the resolution that created the Paterson Housing Authority. Madam Clerk, my vote is no. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
You? All right, so council members, there's, so we got it. We have to continue with the agenda. There's a few.
Council President, may I
please.
do the votes, please?
Announce the vote.
That's okay. The votes are 7 in favor, 1 against, 1 absent. The public portion is closed.
Thank you. So now, there's 2 items, so I want to move those 2 items. Item 68, Madam Clerk, let's go with item 68. Because council members, Councilwoman Davila got surgery and she have to go and get her medications. I want to get those 2 items, that way she could leave, and then we'll go quick with the agenda. We'll move quick. So item 68, Madam Clerk.
68. Item number 68 is a resolution approving a sister city agreement between the City of Paterson, New Jersey, and municipality of Lurigancho, Chosica, Peru. Sponsored by Councilwoman Maritza Davila, City of Paterson, resolution number 25:168.
Second.
Okay, moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Udine and Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 68.
Roll call on item number 68. Councilwoman Cotton. Yes. Councilwoman Davila.
I just want to quickly just say thank you to my colleagues. I know I'm the second vote, but I know that it did go through workshop, and you know this is just it's, some would say it's a feel-good resolution, but we just want to acknowledge and recognize the contribution of the Peruvian community in the City of Paterson, as we know that there's many residents from Chosica, and this is just a way of just showing, you know, that we want to come in solidarity and work together as a sister city. So with that said, you know, my vote is yes, and I want to thank you beforehand.
Okay.
Councilwoman Mims.
My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Omar.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilman Udine.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
Yes.
Councilman Velez is yes. Council President.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 7 in favor,
Thank you.
2 absent. Item number 68 is adopted.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 11 on first reading.
11. He goes up here.
Councilwoman, please make sure that you put in the record.
Item number 11 is an ordinance authorizing lease renewal and update for the Paterson Task Force, 36 through 38 Circle Avenue, also known as Hilltop Haven.
12, ma'am.
You
You
said
done read it.
11.
Go ahead, Madam
No,
Clerk.
she's-
You read
No,
it.
12.
But she read it, though. Let her go
We
with
can do
it.
11 and 12
It's going
really
to go
quick.
quick. It's going to go
Come on.
quick. Just go ahead.
Item 11, then right after item number 12, Madam Clerk.
Okay, I just read it, so.
Second.
Did she say first?
Moved by
Who moved by?
Moved by
Okay,
Cotton.
Yeah.
Okay. And
Second by
Second.
On first reading, item number 11 was
Yes,
moved by
first
Councilwoman Ruby Cotton.
Right, Councilwoman Cotton,
That's
second
what-
by Velez and Davila.
Absolutely, Councilwoman. Let me just, it was moved by Councilwoman Cotton and second by Councilman Velez and Councilwoman Davila. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
roll call on item
And Mims
number.
as well, on
Item
first
number
reading.
11 for first reading. Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Cotton.
I'm sorry, yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Omar.
Yes.
Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Let's continue supporting the safe haven. They do a lot of work. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Council President.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 7 in favor, 2 absent. Second reading will be held at the regular meeting of April 15, 2025. This ordinance is hereby adopted on first reading.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 12 on first reading.
Item number 12 on first reading, ordinance amending and supplementing Paterson Code Chapter 435, Article 4, entitled Obstructions Creating Procedures to Obtain a Permit to Park in Front of a Driveway, sponsored by Councilwoman Maritza Davila, co-sponsored by Council President Alex Mendez, Councilman Luis Velez, and Councilman M.D. Ford Uden.
And also,
Second.
So move.
It was moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Velez.
Yeah, Council President,
Councilwoman Mims.
and in the workshop, Councilwoman Mims and Councilwoman Cotton are also sponsors to
Yes.
this ordinance.
Oh, they
So
were
I just
there
want to
too.
make sure, because
Yeah.
it wasn't updated.
Thank you. And
Yes.
Okay, I have you, but I didn't have Councilwoman Cotton. Okay.
and Council and,
No, it
and
was
also
Mims.
and also
It was Mims
second
and
by
Cotton.
Councilman Cotton.
yeah.
Okay. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 12.
Add
I don't think
Ibrahim
I was
Omar
trying to get the
too.
co-sponsors, I'm sorry.
Please add Ibrahim Omar too.
Co-sponsors, Councilwoman Cotton and Councilwoman Mims. Okay,
And Ibrahim Omar.
Pardon?
And Ibrahim Omar.
Omar, okay, thank you.
Very good.
Thank you.
Okay. Roll call is Councilwoman Cotton,
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila,
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims,
Yes.
Councilman Omar,
Yes.
Councilman Uden,
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Let's keep the record clear that this is only going to be homeowners, renter from the same house, address same house, whatever. It's not that everybody could block the driveways coming from New York or whatever. So,
Correct.
you know,
Correct.
it's first reading, but I want to iterate it now because they could read it and everybody think they could park everywhere and blocking driveways around. But it's strict, it's going to be enforced, and it's going to be benefit for those homeowners that wishes to do so. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Council President.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you very much. The votes are 7 in favor, 2 absent. Item number 12 is hereby adopted on first reading. Second reading will be held at the regular meeting of April 15, 2025.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, there's 3 items 77, 78, and 79, that need to be voted onto the agenda, so we need unanimous vote on those 3 items. Council members, so if we could add it and vote it right on those 3, and then we continue those 3 items for 3 taxi cab license, and there's the other 3 more that we voted right away, okay? We include those 3, and then we vote on the rest of the 3, okay? So Madam Clerk, let's read into the item to be voted in, item 77.
Item number,
You could take 3 of them.
No, you can't. There's
No,
different
it's gotta be one by one to the
It's
record, we
different
gotta vote it
addresses.
independently.
Yeah.
item number 77 to be voted on the agenda is a resolution approving renewal of 22 taxi cab registrations for Silver Taxi LLC of 85 Marshall Street, Paterson. City Clerk, resolution number 25:177.
So moved.
Moved by Councilman Mims, second by Councilman Cotton, and second by Councilman Ibrahim. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 77, to be voted into the agenda.
Okay. Roll call on item number 77. Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Omar.
Yes.
Councilman Uden.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Council President.
My vote is yes.
Thank you. Votes are 7 in favor.
Thank you. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to vote into this item.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. No, I'm sorry. Roll call on item number 77. Councilwoman Cotton.
What number you said?
77.
It was, yeah. We're voting it onto the agenda.
We're voting into the agenda,
Yes.
now we're voting to pass the item 77. Councilwoman.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Before I vote, I just want to say that Commissioner Razak from the task force did reach out to me to say thank you to all the council members for voting on the resolution for Hilltop, okay? Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman
I
Omar.
don't have 77. Yes.
Councilman Uden.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
They said I get it.
This is the one on Marshall Street?
I'm a texter.
What's the address?
Marshall Street, yes. 85
Okay, which is
Marshall.
April 15th.
85 Marshall.
Right.
Oh, because it's in the other side, Marshall, in the corner with Slater. Okay. To the owner, please be good neighbors and keep your taxi inside your property. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Council President.
My vote is yes.
Thank you. The votes are 7 in favor, 2 absent. Item number 77 is hereby adopted.
So 77 is approved. Now let's read item 78 into the record.
Item number 78 is a resolution approving renewal of 22 taxicab registrations for 973 Car Service LLC of 21-23 East 19th Street, Paterson,
April
City
8th,
Clerk.
come back.
Resolution number 25:178.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilman
Second.
Davila, second by Councilman Mims, Councilman Velez, Councilman Udine, and Councilman Ibrahim. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to get into the agenda item 78.
Okay, Councilwoman Cotton,
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Omar,
Yes.
Councilman Newton,
Yes.
Councilman Velez,
Councilman Velez.
Councilman Velez.
Yes. We're adding it, but let's, come on.
No, I'm looking at the address, that's why.
No, we're just adding it to the agenda first.
Heading to
Oh,
the
to add it, okay, yeah,
Yeah.
yes.
You said yes? Okay.
Yes, I did.
Council President,
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
thank you. Okay,
So roll call to vote into item 78.
roll call to vote the item on the agenda, item number 78. Councilwoman Cotton? Councilwoman Cotton?
Lord, I can't believe this. I can't, I just. What we vote for,
On
right?
78.
Right now,
We already
we're
voting on item
it's on the
78.
agenda.
Okay,
Now,
my-
it's on the agenda, now we're going to,
My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Davila?
yes.
Councilman?
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims?
Yes, yes.
Councilman Omar?
Yes.
Councilman Udine?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman, thank you. Councilman Velez?
This is in the third ward, right, 21?
Yep, third ward.
Of course. Go ahead. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Council President?
What do you mean, of course, Councilman? Yes, no, it's in the third ward, yes. I take definitely,
And Council President?
we support local business, and definitely my vote is yes on
Okay.
item 78.
Votes are 7 in favor, 2 absent. Item number 78 is hereby adopted.
So we passed 78. Now let's move by item 79 into the agenda, Madam Clerk.
Item number 79 to be voted on the agenda is a resolution approving renewal of taxicab registrations for Super Green Taxi LLC of 886 East 24th Street, Paterson, mailing address, and 471 East 25th Street, Paterson, parking location. City Clerk, resolution number 25:179.
So
moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Davila, second by Councilwoman Mims, Councilman Velez, and Councilman Ibrahim. Roll call, Madam Clerk, with item 79 into the agenda.
No respect.
Okay. Roll call to add the item onto the agenda. Councilwoman Cotton,
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila,
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Omar.
Yes.
Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
To that honor, thank you for being the fifth ward, being a good neighbor. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Council President.
My vote is yes.
Okay.
Now we're voting into the item itself. So roll call on item 79, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 79. Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Omar.
Yes.
Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Council President.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 7 in favor, 2 absent. Item number 79 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So let's continue with
The lady,
exactly.
the lady's waiting,
70.
please.
Let's
Number
continue.
70.
Let's continue item number, all the way 70 through 75. They're all renewed. So let's start with item 70, Madam Clerk.
70?
Yes, 70.
69. No, not 69.
Item number 70 is a resolution approving 60 taxicab registrations for Taxi Paterson LLC of 468 Market Street, Paterson, New Jersey, 07501. Mailing address 68 through 76 Barclay Street and 27 North Straight Street, parking location. City Clerk, resolution number 25:170.
Second.
It was moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Davila. It was moved by Councilman Velez and Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Ibrahim and Councilman Udine. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 70.
What's the address on that?
I'm sorry. It's 68-76 Barclay Street.
No.
No, I'm sorry.
We're 70, Madam Clerk.
This is 70.
Yes.
He was asking me the address.
No, because there's two addresses they put in. They put in the mailing address. I want to know the location of operation.
It's 468 Market Street.
Oh, good.
And then it's
That's your word.
68-76 Barclay Street and 27 North Street Street.
Councilman Velez word.
Got everything.
Make sure.
All right, Madam Clerk, roll call, Madam Clerk, on 70.
Roll call on item number 70. Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Omar?
Yes.
Councilman Udine?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Velez?
The fifth ward is a ward of opportunity. Adding more license, we get more service. Thank you for being a good neighbor. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Council President?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 7 in favor, 2 absent. Item number 70 is adopted.
Madam Clerk, item number 71 now.
Item number 71 is a resolution approving renewal of taxicab registrations for River Transportation Taxi Corp., 275 River Street, Paterson. Parking locations, mailing address. Parking locations 275 River Street and 326-330 East 16th Street, Paterson, 07524. City Clerk, Resolution number 25:171.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilwoman Mims and Councilman Velez, and Councilwoman Cotton as well. That's right on the border, 3rd Ward and 4th Ward. My Councilwoman Ruby Cotton, right there. I pass by there every morning. A roll call, Madam Clerk, on
Roll
item
call on
71.
item number 71 for adoption. Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
Just a point of reference. These items in the future, we should just put them right on consent. They should go right on consent. I don't know why they're listed here, that we're taking all this time, and our business owners have to stay here through all this other stuff that's going on. So I put that on the record, that in the future, these items, unless there's an issue, we could bring those business owners to the workshop. All of these items should be on consent agenda, and you could have been gone at 7:30. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Omar.
Yes.
Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
You're in the 4th ward. If you don't find another location, come to the 5th ward. I accept you too. So my vote is yes.
Council President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. There's all the license on consent. The reason why you're not on consent was because you didn't submit the document on time to be able to have it on consent. But we support local business. When they reach out to me, I say, you know what, let's put it on the agenda. We just want to make sure that you can keep operating and keep doing business. But the reason why you didn't submit the document on time, but we're voting to support and make sure you move forward. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Council President. The votes are 7 in favor, 2 absent. Item number 71 is adopted.
Council President, before you move forward, and now that we finished with the taxi cab.
No, we haven't finished.
No.
Finished.
We got 5 more.
Oh, we got more cab?
No, after we finish.
Okay.
73, and 74.
Yeah, we got more. We got 4 more to go. Item 72, Madam Clerk.
Item number 72 is a resolution approving renewal of taxicab registration for Vincent's Cab Service, LLC, of 30-34 First Avenue, Paterson, New Jersey, 07514. City Clerk, Resolution number 25:172.
So move.
It was moved by Councilman Velez, Councilwoman Davila, and second by Councilman Udine and Councilwoman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk. That's the 3rd Ward. Roll call on item 72.
Roll call on item number 72. Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
I'm a ventriloquist. My vote is yes.
Councilman Omar.
Yes.
Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Right. Dan Scott Trump eliminate that. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Council President.
You have a huge parking spot. Please keep all the cars inside. I'm very familiar with the area, but I just want to say thank you for your business, and we're here to work with you and help you. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Council President. The votes are 7 in favor, 2 absent. Item number 72 is adopted.
Thank you. Item 73, Madam Clerk.
Item number 73 is a resolution approving renewal of 15 taxicab registrations for Jazz Limo, LLC, TA Comfortable Taxi of 744 River Street, Paterson, 07524. City Clerk, Resolution number 25:172.
So move.
It was moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilwoman Mims, Councilman Ibrahim, Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 73, and Councilman Udine as well.
Thank you, Council
Roll
President.
call, Madam Clerk, on item 73.
Roll call on item number 73. Councilwoman Cotton. Yes. Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims. Yes. Councilman Omar.
Yes.
Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Council President.
Yes.
Thank you. The votes are 7 in favor, 2 absent. Item number 73 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 74.
Item number 74 Resolution approving 11 taxicab registrations for Taxi Eric Taxi LLC of 468 Market Street, Paterson, New Jersey, 07501 mailing address, and 27 North Straight Street, parking location. City Clerk, resolution number 25:174.
So move.
It was moved by Councilman Velez and Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Ibrahim and Councilman Udine. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 74, Councilwoman Cotton, Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims. Councilman Omar.
Yes.
Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Council President.
Yes.
Thank you. The votes are 7 in favor, 2 absent. Item number 74 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item 75.
Item number 75 is a resolution approving transfer of 3 taxicab registrations for Taxi Eric Taxi LLC to Taxi Paterson LLC of 468 Market Street, Paterson, New Jersey, 07501, mailing address 68-76 Barclay Street, and 27 North Straight Street, parking location. City Clerk, resolution number 25:175.
Move.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Velez and Councilman Ibrahim. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 75.
Roll call on item number 75. Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Woman Mims. Councilman Omar.
Yes.
Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
So this is the last item for taxi?
Yes.
So before I vote, Council President and my colleagues, I want to make this statement. Corporation Council, especially through the chair to Mr. BA, I would like to see a memorandum written to any taxi inspector to speak in behalf of the council. They don't have that authorization. They don't have, not even, I don't know where they come with their ideas to put names in their words when they want to prove something or not. For example, there was a rumors around, okay, and I get a little bit upset because they use my name. Councilman Velez want to do this against the taxi cab, or they want to prove this or that. No one, and this is a legislator probably request, no employees should be using our names to send wrong message to the people out there, okay, and create a fiasco behind us without even noticing us that we miss in a problem out there. I don't allow that. Nobody use my name. I always say this. If somebody says something that Luis Velez said, bring it in front of me. I got an office. We sit down, and if I say it, is it true or is it a lie? So saying that, please, no employee, especially the inspectors of that division, to be spreading rumors out there that never exist. Saying that, my vote is yes.
Council President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Before my vote, it's extremely important that we, as an employee, and we're an elected official, but we have an inspector up there, and with the taxi industry, I just want to make this comment, and I want to put it on record. I want to make sure that our inspector have a good relationship with the taxi owner. I want to make sure that they treat our taxi driver, the owner, with respect. We're here to enforce the law. But we're here to treat people with respect as well. I hear some comment about some back and forth discussion with our inspector. I want to make sure that we from the city side do our job and be respectful with business owner. We're here to work together. One of the main reasons why all those items are here is because we understand that you guys have to operate. You're providing a service, but you have to continue moving the company forward. And that's the reason why you have all these items. You have this governing body voting in full support of all your legislation to make sure you guys get your license. So my vote is yes.
Thank you, Council President. The votes are 7 in favor, 2 absent. Item number 75 is adopted.
Thank you. So we're done with all the taxi license. So let's finish the non-consent agenda, Council Member, and let's go on second reading really quick. I think we could make it happen. 66. So let's go on 66, Madam Clerk.
66.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
Item number 66.
Have a good night. No.
Item number 66 is a resolution designating the week of March 23rd to March 29th, 2025 as Bangladesh Heritage Week, sponsored by Councilman Udin, MD Ford Udin. City Council, resolution number 25:166.
Item 66. That's Councilman Fariuddin item.
So move.
Discussion.
It was moved by Councilman at-large Fariuddin, second by Councilwoman Ruby Cotton, Councilman Velez, and Councilman Ibrahim. Discussion, Councilwoman Mims.
So just 2 points of reference. I would like to be a co-sponsor on your item, if possible.
Can we make all the remaining except one, make all my council members in presence and Councilman Davila as well to co-sponsors?
With our names spelled out.
What do you mean except one? No.
Remaining? Can we say remaining or just take? Because Councilman Velez, all right, so let me just clarify. Councilman Velez also want to be a co-sponsor. Councilman Mims, Council President also want to be a co-sponsor. How about Ruby Cotton?
Who?
How about 4th Ward Councilman? You want to join? Okay, Iviom Ibrahim.
Are you going to add Councilman Khalid as sponsor?
And also add Councilman Khalid as well, co-sponsor.
Okay.
How about Councilwoman Davila?
So Madam Clerk,
Please add her too, yeah. Councilman Davila as well.
Okay.
Yeah, please.
So item 66, it's basically sponsored by Councilman
The remaining
Fariuddin,
council members.
and then co-sponsored by Councilman Velez, Councilman Ibrahim, Councilman Mims, Council President Mendez, Councilwoman Marissa Davila, and Councilman Khalid, and Councilwoman Cotton.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you so much, Council President.
No problem. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 66.
I'm glad I was finished talking.
Roll call on item number 66, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Mims. Councilwoman Mims.
My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Omar.
Yes.
Councilman Udin.
So thank you to my council colleagues as well. So we are recognizing the last week of March as the Bangladesh Heritage Week because March 26th is the Bangladesh Independence Day. And last week of March, I want to celebrate it. Since we are, this is a month of Ramadan, I decided to have the celebration sometimes in April. So I'm going to let my council colleagues know in advance to make sure that they can celebrate and they can recognize their favorite person from Bangladeshi community as well. So my vote is yes, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Corporation Council, for putting this together.
Thank you. Councilman Velez.
I had the honor to choose a Bangladesh.
Of course.
Oh, I already got it.
Choose me.
No, listen. If it's to unite the community and celebrate all together, we on board. Okay? So my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson, we're voting on item number 66.
Amazing, Velez.
Resolution designating the week of March 23rd to March 29th as Bangladesh Heritage Week.
Yes.
Thank you. Council President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Great job, Councilman Fariuddin. Let's continue celebrating diversity in our community. My vote is yes.
Thank you. The votes are 7 in favor, 2 absent. Item number 66 is hereby adopted.
Thank you. Item 67, Madam Clerk.
Item number 67 is a resolution honoring Mr. Eugene Miller for his 25 years of dedicated service to the City of Paterson, Department of Public Works, sponsored by Councilman Louis Velez, Councilwoman Lalisa Mims, and Councilwoman Ruby Cotton. City Council Resolution number 25:167.
So move also.
Second. It was moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilman Mims, Councilwoman Ruby Cotton, and Councilman Ibrahim, and Councilman Fariuddin.
Also add Councilman Mendez as a co-sponsor too.
Yeah, thank you, Councilman.
Well, hold on. You spoke co-sponsor or sponsor? Put it as a sponsor too. No, co-sponsor, sorry.
What do you want? Who was the co-sponsor?
Co-sponsor also Councilman Mendez. I didn't want to go over it. Mendez, Council President.
That's co-sponsor. Go ahead.
Okay, co-sponsor, I'm sorry, you have to, somebody just. Co-sponsor. Okay.
Yes.
And you're the sponsor.
The great Councilman Mims.
Yeah, roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 67.
Roll call on item number 67, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
C.
Councilman Omar.
Yes.
Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
So this is the gentleman that was in the back, Eugene Miller. I know I gave him the speech. Yes,
Miller,
correct, yeah. So, yeah, he retired 6 months ago. And when we was talking, I said, I miss you at DPW. I say, I retired. I said, so we need to honor him. And he was happy. In the resolution, he mentioned all the goals and who he's appreciated in that resolution. Thank you, Corporate Council, for drafting this, for being able to be on time for this meeting. Thank you for that. You guys work hard down there, though. With all the work that you guys have in the court system and everything, you guys work diligent with our request if we process it the right way. Thank you for that, Corporate Council. So my vote is yes.
Thank you, Council President.
Definitely. I'm very happy to vote on this item because Mr. Miller, he's such a phenomenal person. I mentioned in the beginning, during the public portion, that before he left, that, he used to see me at 7-Eleven, we see each other. He tried to invite me for a coffee. I invite him for a coffee, but he always smiling. I was a little concerned because I've been seeing him lately, but now I know that he's ready. He's going to enjoy his retirement. May God continue blessing you and your family. He's just a phenomenal human being. He did his job with respect, with honor, and that's what we need in our city. Congratulations. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Raymond. Okay. Thank you, Council President. The votes are 7 in favor, 2 absent. Item number 67 is adopted.
Item number 69, Madam Clerk.
69?
Yes.
Okay.
Don't say pink.
2, yes.
Councilman Davila.
Councilman Jackson
It's 3
voted, he
absent.
left.
It's 3 absent. Three.
No. Councilman Jackson voted and left.
You're right, Madam Clerk.
Item number 69 is a resolution authorizing acceptance of a history project grant from the Passaic County Cultural and Heritage Council County History Partnership Program for the installation of signage marking locations of safe houses of the Underground Railroad in Paterson, New Jersey, Economic Development Resolution number 25:169.
So moved.
It was moved
Second.
It was moved by Councilwoman Mims and Councilwoman Ruby Cotton, and second by Councilman Velez,
Discussion.
Councilman Fariuddin, and Councilman Ibrahim.
Discussion.
And discussion, Councilwoman Mims.
So I just want to bring it to the public for those that possibly watched or did not watch last week. There was a markup of the signage that they wanted to utilize in these 13 locations. We did not agree with them. I had a conversation with Mr. John Franco, and myself and Councilwoman Cotton, we will be working with him to make sure that that signage is reflective of Harriet Tubman and the real underground accomplishments that happened, and that's a part of history. So he agreed to that. We'll be working with him to make sure that that signage is reflective, and I do support this item on tonight. Thank you. Roll call, Council President.
Thank you. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 69.
Roll call on item number 69, Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say real quickly, and thank you, Councilwoman Mims. We did have an opportunity to speak to John Franco. We wanted to accept this grant that we're getting from the Passaic County Culture and Heritage Council. But we also, Councilwoman Mims and myself, we will be working with our historian guy, John Franco, with the signage and with the new logo that we have to do. But Councilwoman Mims, thank you. Let's put this together,
Let's
and
keep it
we'll
like this.
meet pretty soon with John Franco, who's our historian guy. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Omar.
Yes.
Councilman Udine.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Velez.
Beside this is good. This is going to send a message of history in Paterson. But let's not forget that we approve here a resolution to put the veteran banners. Please, whoever.
No.
Way back.
Okay, yeah, the veteran way. You know, and I want to make sure that people don't, they on top of it. Yes, correct. Because then we're going to ask you, we put this, where that, and that. You know what I'm saying? Okay. Saying that, I encourage also that if they fix those, put those signs, beautiful signs, if they see that the street crossing sign is bad, change them, because is that going to be right? Other sign, like the sign that say stop or whatever, you know, we put in signs, do the whole thing, beautify it, whatever, you know, because it's going to stick out. So my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Council President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Before my vote, the Underground Railroad in Paterson, that's a big piece of history of the African-American community in our city. This is a very big, important project. I know that we have John Franco, we have the historian, the gentleman working on. He's phenomenal, he's fantastic. But also Councilwoman Mintz make a good suggestion at the last meeting, and it's to make sure that the history of each location go on the bottom. So 2 plaques, one plaque with the logo, but on the bottom, another plaque with the history of that specific location. I want to reiterate on that. I want to make sure that John Franco, that is in front of this project, get that clear. So because our children, our future generation need to read this and need to know that this history, this is part of African American history into the city of Paterson and into this nation. So, so with that being said, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Council President. The votes are 6 in favor, 3 absent. Item number 69 is adopted.
Council President.
Yes, Councilwoman Mintz.
Just a request to Corporation Council and to our acting BA. Some time ago, there was I think the governor made a mandate for all of our constables. They were removed. Can you provide whatever, if it was a legislation or an executive order removing all of our constables? I also would like to get information because a lot of our constables pay for uniforms and bond insurance and things that equated possibly up to like $1,000 in some cases. But I want to know like what can be done for those constables that were just appointed and then that mandate took place. So if we can get some updates, I've been reached out to by a couple of people, and I just want to bring some clarity to the exact executive order or the language that removed everybody, sent to all the council members, as well as what can take place, if anything, for the items that they purchased. Thank you, Council President.
Council President.
Councilman Velez, right after Councilwoman Cotton.
Even that, and it's true, based on a numerous investigation that the Department of Justice was doing over the operation of the constable, it was not removed because the governor wanted it. It was removed because there was deep investigation of the function or job duty that the constable was doing that. And then some of them, you know, not saying Paterson, I'm not talking about Paterson, I'm talking about the state, okay? Some of them was prosecute and everything. So that's why the governor decided to remove all the constables in the state of New Jersey. Now, I believe the corporate counsel has the email when he sent it to us in the beginning when it was eliminated. Now, corporate counsel also, we should look into to see if we could create municipal ordinance for council. If he eliminated from the state, but we are own government, right? So if he eliminated for the state, probably we could do a program, special police. We could do a lot of stuff because special police, constable, they fall into a volunteer program with the police department, well trained, you know, because a lot of them thought that they was cops. The first thing they got sworn in, they buy lights for the cars, they go apply for a gun. No, that's not the purpose of constable. No, probably in Arizona and other states, you know.
They were all
Arizona, and, you know, it works different, right? But here in the city of Paterson, probably we could create a program that we could utilize a different type of public safety, whatever they could do, right? I don't know, just to give it a benefit of the doubt, and they're not gonna buy a car, they're not gonna get a gun, you know, and stop people around. But, you know, it's good to explore, because they used to, I'm not gonna say all of them, but a lot of them used to do a lot of community service. And you used to call them, and, you know, and they used to be out there with the community, carrying bags, all doing that stuff, you know. But if we could contemplate a local, you know, a local constable program with training, listen, everything is training. I know that some people want to be cops, and they didn't got the chance to go to the academy, and they look for that. Hey, it's an idea. It's just an idea, right? So,
all right.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. So, council members, so if we have 8 items on second reading. Let's start. So only 8 items just to finish this agenda on this meeting, Madam Clerk. Let's do item number 1 on second reading. Let's go on that order.
Item number 1 on second reading. It's an ordinance establishing Chapter 434 entitled Stormwater and Mobile Car Washes, imposing regulations to prevent stormwater contamination by mobile car wash businesses, sponsored by Councilman Luis Velez and Council President Alex Mendez, City Council. Ordinance number 25-002.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez and Council President Mendez, and second by Councilwoman Mims.
Public
Councilman
hearing
Furiudin.
required.
Huh?
And Councilman Furiudin.
See no one move to close.
Second.
See no move to close. Roll call to close public hearing on item number 1.
I'm sorry, I didn't get the motion in second.
It was motion.
Okay.
It was moved by Councilman Velez and Council President, second by Councilman Furiudin.
No.
Yes.
Councilman Furiudin, his second.
Second.
And Councilwoman Ruby Cotton.
Mims,
And Mims too as well.
she move it too.
Madam Clerk, it was moved by Councilman Velez, Council President Menendez, Councilwoman Mims. Second by Councilman Furiudin, Councilwoman Ruby Cotton.
You cannot make memes upset, regardless.
I'm sorry, Council?
Don't make memes upset.
It's okay.
You're gonna
All
be
right,
upset
so
when we get 2 more
it was on that order. So members of the public, you know, public hearings are
See no one
open.
move to close.
C1 number 2 closed by Councilman Velez.
Second.
Second by Councilwoman Mims. A roll call to close public hearing on item number 1.
Okay, hold on. Okay, Councilwoman Cotton. Yes. Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Omar.
Yes.
Councilman Udine.
To close the,
You have to close.
Yes, madam.
Close public portion.
Councilman Velez.
yes.
Council President.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thanck you.
I know you was getting ready.
Now, roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 1.
Roll call on item number 1. Councilwoman Cotton.
Listen, I mean, like, who's gonna go over there, Ellison Street, and stop that guy from washing them cars? Who gonna go there? Who gonna go to the guy on Ellison Street by the Walgreens and tell him he can't wash them cars over there no more? Who gonna do it? Huh?
Yeah.
Well, explain it, because I don't see nobody do it. Who gonna tell the guy on 9th Avenue that he can't wash them cars no more? Who gonna do it? Who's gonna tell them to do it? Well, I'm gonna vote yes because we gotta get it done, but I need to know who's gonna do it.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Mims.
Yep.
Yep, okay.
Like it.
Councilman Omar.
Yes.
Councilman Udine.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So this is a regular issue. People are using our street to clean their car. That's happening. Now, how can we stop it? And thank you to my council colleague, Councilman Velez, for thinking about it and bringing this to the council for vote. Implementation is not our job. Our duty is to come up with a new legislation, which is the importance of the time. And I believe that Paterson Police Department needs to inform the employees to make sure that address this concern, and also stated in the ordinance stated the fines comes along with it. So I believe that this is very important because people are using every single location to clean their clean their car, which is first of all is making our street dirty, and also it comes up with health concern as well. So I'm in full support. Thank you, Councilman Velez, for putting this on the
Thank you,
agenda.
Councilman. Councilman Velez.
And Councilman
Thank you, Council President. Madam Clerk, so there was a question on the floor, and I know that we are voting. Oh, this is for vote for adoption, right?
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
So this was a tax. Councilman Mendez, we see some concerns. Councilman Mendez, we see some concern. I receive some concern. And plus of that, we receive complaints from residents, especially Councilwoman Cotton complains because there was nothing in place, so they cannot enforce nothing. So DPW cannot enforce it. So police cannot enforce it. So I brought the resolution, the ordinance from New York. I brought the ordinance from New York, and I told Corporate Council, can you do me a favor? Remember that I don't know how to read and write, but I know how to direct people how to do things, right? So I spoke to Corporation Council. He put the legal team to work to examine what the EPA requirement are, what is the requirement for the city of Paterson and stormwater process and this and that. Who was enforcing it in New York? Who was enforcing it in the city that allows mobile car wash, right? And one of the things is, Councilwoman Cotton, is that if you look at the ordinance, okay, it addressed every concern that you have bringing. So, example, the quality of the mobile unit, equip them. A matter of fact, it has from A to Z that will cover enforcement at the same time. Who's going to enforce it? Yes, in the ordinance says traffic and safety violations. It says water disposal requirement, record keeping requirement, enforcement and penalty. It says here that police will enforce. Now the police has a tool to go to, if they see a mobile car wash 25 days from now, and if they don't have all the requirement here, they cannot operate. So now the police is going to go to them, and the first thing they had to go to buy a permit for $500, and then equip their mobile car wash with insurance, registry, and everything to be operated in the city of Paterson. They cannot be in residential. They could be in light industrial and industrial area. You say about Edison Street, that piece there is light industrial. And they be cleaned up. Don't worry. They will understand the ordinance. Saying that, thank you, Council President, for working with me along with this and listen to concern. Now we're coming to completing to enforce it and to make sure that they bring food to the table. And I advise them, if you get caught in East 18 and Pennington or any residential zone, you're gonna get towed, especially if you don't have your paperwork or whatever is here. So you are free to come, and if you don't understand the English language, I will translate it for you. But you need to follow this. You need to follow this. Saying that, Councilwoman Means, thank you for also telling me address it. You need to address it. But my vote is yes on this.
Thank you, Councilman. Council President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I mean, this legislation is it's important because it definitely will address a lot of the concern for the public. I remember I started working on this when we start seeing those mobile car wash, getting into the city. I reached out to Corporation Council. He started doing some research, and it took a while. Then we joined force, Councilman Velez and I, to start putting things together. We finally got the resolution draft. It's in front of us. But this is going to help, for those people that are in this business to stay in the business. I hear a lot of their concern. I hear their crying to have something legal to be able to operate. Now you have it. And it's going to generate revenue because the application costs $500. You have to renew that every year. You have to renew your permit. but it also specified that you cannot do business on residential zone. You gotta go to the industrial, you gotta go to area, you cannot be in front of business. Those are the biggest complaints that we're getting from those mobile car wash. You gotta get your license, and you have to be straight according with this legislation, and you're gonna be able to operate the city. So we hear the concern of the resident, and the legislation is here. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
And it's only 10 licenses only.
Thank you, Councilman.
That's extremely
Council
important.
President, the votes are 6 in favor, 3 absent. Item number 1 is adopted on second reading.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 2 on second
Item
reading.
number 2 is ordinance amending Paterson Code, Chapter 483 zoning and land development to provide for additional penalties for illegal dumping of solid waste, sponsored by Councilman Luis Velez and Council President Alex
Second.
Mendez.
So move.
Public
Move.
Works Ordinance number 25-003.
Thank you. It was moved by Councilman Velez and Council President Mendez, second by Councilwoman at-large Dr. Lisa Mins and Councilman Freudin and Councilman Ibrahim. Roll call, members of the public. Public hearing is
Seeing
now
none,
open.
move to close.
Seeing none, move to close by Councilwoman Mims and second by Councilman Velez. Roll call to close the public hearing on item number 2, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Cotton to close the public hearing. Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Omar.
Yes.
Councilman Udine. I'm sorry. Okay, sorry. Councilman Velez.
Just to keep it clear, Councilman Mendez added increasing the fines of everybody that dump in our city. Now is penalty and community service, obligated community service. So you come into Paterson to dump, or you are resident in Paterson, you get caught, you have to do community service, obligated. Let me say this quickly. Somebody got caught dumping on the rail tracks on 21st Avenue in Redland. Guess what? They ran his plate number or whatever. Live in Paterson.
Yeah.
So I'm not gonna say where he lived, but that's okay.
And he got hit with $10,000.
He got hit with $10,000.
Come on.
Thank you for
come
giving the
on.
evidence.
Come on. Come on, brother. Come on.
My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman.
My vote is yes to close the public hearing, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Council President.
Roll call on item number 2, Madam
Roll
Clerk.
call on item number 2 for adoption. Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Omar.
Yes.
Yes.
Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Udine. Yes. Thank you. Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Council President.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Votes are 6 in favor, 3 absent. Item number 2 is adopted. It's hereby adopted.
Councilwoman, do you have your mic? You don't have your mic
Yeah,
on.
no, it's on now.
I'm sorry.
Councilman,
It's hard to hear you. You didn't have your mic on.
I know I have it on now, but if I may, Madam Clerk and the BA, I want to put it on record. I want to know, find out from DPW when they're going to start cleaning the railroad track again, because it's absolutely awful again.
Oh my God.
I'm sorry.
I know they cleaned a few times, but nobody's been cleaning it.
3.
So can you find out from DPW? They have a person there. I'm not quite sure, Mr. BA, but they have a person that connects to the railroad company that's supposed to come clean the tracks.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, item number 3 on second reading.
Item number 3 on second reading is an ordinance changing the traffic patterns on a portion of Knickerbocker Avenue and Lake Avenue, it's Lakeview, to improve public safety and accommodate the needs of Brothers Produce and surrounding businesses and residential homes. Public Works Ordinance number 25-004.
So move.
Second, Omar moved it.
Moved by E.B. Ibrahim.
It was moved by
E.B. Ibrahim.
Councilman Ibrahim and Councilwoman Mims and Councilman Udine, and second by Councilman Velez and Councilwoman Cotton. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
How about
On
second?
item number, members of the public hearing is
Seeing
now
none, move to
open.
close.
See no one close.
See no move to close.
This is for public hearing.
Yes, see no move to close by Councilman
Second.
Mims and Councilman Velez and Councilman Udine. Roll call, Madam Clerk,
I'm sorry.
to close the public hearing.
To close the public hearing, Councilwoman Cotton.
You're too fast.
Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Omar.
Yes.
Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Council President.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Now roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll
to
call on
adopt.
item number 3 for adoption. Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Omar.
Just real quick, this isn't my ward, and I'm actually glad that this is going to happen, so I'm saying this is long overdue. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councilman Udine.
All right, Councilman.
That's right, Councilman.
Councilman Udine.
Yes, my
Thank you.
apologies.
Councilman Velez.
Wow, Omar.
Councilman Velez.
Oh, yeah, now I'm impressed. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Council President.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
The votes are 6 in favor, 3 absent. Item number 3 is adopted on second reading.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 5 on second reading.
Item number 5 on second reading, ordinance changing the traffic pattern on State Street and a portion of Cedar Street to improve public safety and accommodate the needs of senior residents at Governor Towers Public Works, ordinance number 25-006.
Second.
Move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by
Second.
Second by Councilman Mims and Councilman Fariuddin. Members of the public.
You say second who?
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilman Mims and Councilman Fariuddin.
No, she motioned to.
She moved to?
Yeah,
Okay, Madam
yeah.
Clerk.
Also, I gotta include
Let that
her.
record reflect that it's been moved by Councilman Velez and Councilman Mims and second by Councilman Fariuddin.
Also, let's let the record reflect, since we started doing this on the first reading, I say that I'm sponsored with Councilwoman Mims,
Yes, you
this
did.
resolution.
Yes.
You
On
are
the one
Councilman,
Yeah,
Number 5.
Councilman Mims sponsor.
I and Councilwoman Mims are the sponsor of this change.
Okay. Madam Clerk?
Okay.
And I'm the one
Okay.
made
Doesn't matter
this
whose
Now,
name
I
goes
gotta tell you
first.
why, we're in discussion, I gotta tell you why. I don't know if you recall that a bunch of signatures that we brought here.
Yes. Yes.
And I asked Ms. Fraley to send it to DPW to draft the resolution of changes.
Yes.
So we did the footwork, we did the concern. She was at a meeting with us and this and that. And this is way back when Mr. Bill Priestley was alive.
When Bill was alive.
Yes.
Yeah, I remember. May he rest in peace.
Rest in
Roll call, Madam Clerk?
Okay. Councilwoman Cotton. This is for the hearing, for the
Yeah,
public hearing.
this is to close the public hearing.
Yes. Councilwoman, thank you. Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Omar.
Yes.
Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Yes.
Councilman Mims. Velez. Council President.
Yes.
Thank you.
Roll call, Madam Clerk?
Roll call on item number 5 for adoption. Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Omar.
Yes.
Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Council President Mendez.
Yes. No
Thank you.
problem, Madam
The votes are
Clerk.
7 in favor, 6 in favor, 3 absent.
Thank you,
Item
Madam.
number 5 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 6, Madam Clerk?
Item number 6 is an ordinance changing the traffic pattern of Christopher Columbus Drive to improve public safety and accommodate the needs of area residents, Public Works, ordinance number 25-007.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilman Mims and Councilman Ibrahim. Members of the public,
Seeing none, move to close.
public hearing is now open. Seeing no move to close by Councilman Mims, second by Council President. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to close the public hearing on item number 6.
Roll call to close the public hearing on item number 6. Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Omar.
Yes.
Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Council President.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now, roll call on item number 6 to be approved.
Roll call on item number 6 for adoption. Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Omar.
Yes.
Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
The votes are 6 in favor, 3 absent. Item number 6 is adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 7.
Item number 7 is an ordinance establishing always stop control at the intersection of 16th Avenue and Summer Street. Public Works ordinance number 25-008. Public hearing is required.
So move.
Second.
Was moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Mims.
See no one move to close.
Second.
Seeing we're now on the public hearing on this item, moved by Councilman Velez and second by Councilman Mims.
Council
Roll call,
President,
Madam Clerk, to
Council
close the
President.
public hearing.
Council President, before you move forward on that,
Council Velez.
also this is another item that I'm sponsoring. I've been working with that corner request for longest. Thanks God we're doing it now.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Sponsor.
Councilwoman.
My vote is yes.
You sponsored this?
Yes.
Which one, 7?
Yes.
And the one previous to.
It's no, I mean, we're not supposed to be doing that, but it just, we shouldn't be doing that.
Well, and what? No, let me tell you what.
No, just,
We're in the middle of roll call.
yeah,
We're in the middle of roll call.
council members, so we just have a few more items, council members, so before to finish the agenda. Let's continue the train, council members.
Okay.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Omar.
Yes.
Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
What is this for? Close the poll?
Close the public hearing.
Oh, yes.
Yes. And Council President.
Yes.
Thank you.
Roll call for adoption, Madam Clerk.
Roll call for adoption. Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Omar.
Yes.
Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
So there was a major accident there that knocked down the pole that was a flashing light on the car wash on 60th Avenue in Summer, in that corner. So to be able to put that light back, I know. I know. I know that's why.
Councilwoman, your mic is off, and
Say to you,
But-
you're not the only one you're not the only one that put this problem in. That's all I'm saying. We shouldn't be putting our name on ordinance.
I know. Thank you,
I
Councilwoman.
know where we
I
at, but
know.
I'm saying to council members, we shouldn't be putting our names on ordinance. And we all send in problems, we all send in complaints, we all do that. That's what I'm saying. This is an ordinance, not a resolution.
I understand Councilwoman Cotton, level of she put it, but we understood, Councilwoman. Councilwoman, let's please continue. We understood.
So, based on the opinion of my colleague, I would like to remove my name as a sponsor. The more important things, I listen to the concerns of everyone that goes through there, and is getting
I
the
understand.
four-way stop sign, making sure the pedestrian safety. There's a lot of people walking through there to back and forth to the school. One of the things that I want to say is that the zoning department should look into the corner car wash, because they've been going against the traffic to go into the car wash too. So saying that, my vote is yes.
Okay, all right, okay. So I'm sorry,
Council
Councilwoman, before my vote. Councilwoman, Councilwoman, let me just,
You keep saying stop, but I'm saying that.
No, I'm not saying stop. We're not saying stop, but I understand, your concern and you're uncomfortable because we all receive the same complaint. I understand what you say that, and because one council member wants to be there, I understand that. We get the same complaint, and you understand that it's not fair that one name go into the legislation. We get it. We, But now, Councilmember, let's remove his name, and council members, let's work together on this because we all receive most of the complaint. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Council President. The vote is
Exactly.
6 in favor, 3 absent. Item number 7 is adopted on second reading.
Thank you, Councilmember. We got 2 more items. Item number 9, Madam Clerk, on second reading.
Item number 9 on second reading, public hearing is required. Ordinance repealing establishment of handicap parking spaces at various locations. Where is it?
So moved.
Second.
One second, please.
No, she have to read into the record.
Oh, she has?
Hold on.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it don't have enough, she gotta put public works
Yeah,
ordinance, she
but
gotta put that
I don't have
on
the
there.
resolution, no, ordinance number here. I know, I don't have the
No,
ordinance
no.
number.
It was corporation.
She gotta read the address.
Yeah, the address into the record.
Number 9, hold on.
Yeah.
1 second, please. Okay, ordinance number 25-010. Public Works.
No, it's Phyllis.
You have to read the item number 9, Madam Clerk, all the address into the record.
Yes.
Oh, okay, street addresses, 382 6th Avenue, 171 North 7th Street, 137 Alabama Avenue, 126 North 3rd Street, 87 North 7th Street, 69 Chestnut Street, 1053 East 22nd Street, 115 Turner Street, 472 East 31st Street, 95 East 17th Street, 60 James Street, 123 17th Avenue, 416 East 31st Street, 61 Holzman Street, 151 Carlisle Avenue, 92-94 North 6th Street, 105 East 17th Street, 63 Gray Street, 713 East 24th Street, 184 17th Avenue, 178 Beach Street, 231 Temple Street, 39 Albion Avenue, 75 George Street, 94 Bloomfield Avenue, 430 11th Avenue, 330 East 26th Street, 3 Garrison Street, 55 Manchester Avenue, 88 North 3rd Street, 87 North 7th Street, 57 Day Street, 640 East 25th Street, 117 17th Avenue, 139 North 9th Street, 181 Montgomery Street, 599 East 24th Street, 67-69 North 3rd Street, 4 James Street, 260 East 21st Street, 239 Edmond Avenue, 31 Dover Street, 378 East 24th Street, 444 East 24th Street, 120 Franklin Avenue, 400 9th Avenue, 188-190 Caldwell Avenue, and 69 Wayne Avenue.
So moved.
Second.
Sorry. It was moved by Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilman Friudin and Councilman Brahim. Members of the public, item
Seeing
number
none,
9
move to close.
is open for public hearing. Seeing no, move to close by Councilman Mims, second by Councilman Brahim. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to close the public hearing on item number 9.
Roll call on item number 9. Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Omar?
Yes.
Councilman Udine?
Yes.
Councilman Velez left the room. Okay. Council President?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, the votes are 5 in favor, 4 absent. Item number 9 is adopted on second reading.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Roll call on the adoption of item number 9, Madam Clerk.
Oh, I forgot. Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
This is
This
closing
was
public.
closed to public hearing.
Yes.
Now we're voting on the adoption.
Councilwoman Cotton? Councilwoman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Omar?
Yes.
Councilman Udine?
So before I vote on this, and I would like to state that we have so many applications for handicap signs, especially from the second ward and first ward, I say. So I'd like to mention that this is what we are voting for, repealing the signs that you had before for whatever reason, whether you moved out, whether you don't require anymore, or you are not following the rules regulation. And also we are going to vote for so many of them to establishing. So I'd like to mention that I don't want you to just misuse your signs, because overnight I see so many handicap signs are empty. There's no car. It means that those cars are not actually staying there. This is just reserved location. So please, because of the handicap, so many handicap signs, especially in second ward, there are parking crisis. So I want everyone to be mindful and supportive to your neighbor as well. So my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Council President?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're repealing 47 locations of handicap on this ordinance number 9. Let me just encourage the resident that have the privilege to have a handicap to use it properly. Do not park your car outside the handicap to save a spot for somebody. Don't do that. Having a handicap in front of your house, it's a privilege that you have to be able to park in front of your house, because you have, your doctor gave you that prescription, you are handicapped, and under the Disability Act, we have to be in compliance and provide a handicap. But if you don't use it properly, you could lose it. So we repealing 47. There's a lot of complaint about people not using the handicap properly. I want to encourage you to use it properly, because if you don't use it, you're going to lose it. With that being said, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Council President. The votes are 5 in favor, 4 absent. Item number 9 is adopted on second reading.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 10 on second reading, Madam Clerk.
Item number 10 on second reading is an ordinance establishing handicap parking spaces at various locations on city roads. Item number 10, ordinance number 25-0111. 1 second, please. And the streets are 1050 East 22nd Street, West Side, 400 East 32nd Street, West Side, 41 North York Street, South Side, 85 4th Avenue, North Side, 99 Birch Street, North Side, 37 Morris Street, East Side, 31 Bloomfield Avenue, West Side, 255 18th Avenue, North Side, 150 Warren Street, South Side, 193 North First Street, North Side, 119 Kearney Street, West Side, 382 Crosby Avenue, South Side, 115 Ryerson Avenue, West Side, 53 Paterson Avenue, West Side, 33 Paterson Avenue, West Side, 99 Danforth Avenue, North Side, 235 Liberty Street, North Side, and 151 Liberty Street, North Side.
It was moved by Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilwoman Cotton. Public hearing is now open for item number 10. Seeing no move to close by Councilwoman Mims and second by Councilwoman Cotton. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to close the public hearing on item number 10.
Roll call to close the public portion on item number 10. Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Omar?
Yes.
Councilman Udine?
Yes.
Council President?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 5 in favor, 4 absent. Item number 10 is hereby adopted on
No,
first.
we closing the public hearing. Now we're voting on, Madam Clerk.
Village, are you with us?
It's a lot of work, a lot of work.
You okay?
I'm sorry?
We closing the public hearing now. Now we're voting
yes.
on the item, on the actual item. Item number 10.
Item number 10, Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Omar?
Yes.
Councilman Udine?
Yes.
Councilman
Yes.
Mendez?
My vote is yes.
Okay, the votes are 5 in favor, 4 absent. Item number 10 is hereby adopted.
May I have a motion to close this great meeting? Moved by Councilwoman Mims, second.
Second.
By Councilman Fariuddin, Councilman Ibrahim, and Councilwoman of the 4th Ward, former mayor of the great city of Paterson,
Very
Ruby Cotton. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to close the
Let's be brief.
Oh.
meeting.
Roll call to close the regular meeting of March 18, 2025. Councilwoman Cotton.
It is 11:47. Let's finish before 12, Council
I'm going
members.
to go real quick, but first let me say thank you to my corporation counsel, Amy Abushi, for putting that item together for the affordable housing. I appreciate you, corporation counsel, for doing that. You know, and I said it before that, you know, we're here to get business done. We're not here to go back and forth, back and forth. One thing you must understand that you want to put an item on the agenda, you better find 5 council people. You look for people that will vote for whatever item that you want to try to get passed through, not just throw items on the agenda and then hope that it get passed. You got to have conversation with people. You have to have conversation with all your council colleagues, you know, to be able to get things. I mean, you got to have the conversation, and, you know, and I always said it, yeah, and I say it, and I'm going to keep saying it. I'm going to travel. I'm going to go to different cities. I'm going to go to the state. I'm going to go down to the county. I went to Alabama. I met some people down there. You better try to get around so you can meet people, and then that's why the more people you meet, the more you can try to get things done. And I want to say to you, Mr. B.A., thank you, Harry. You know what? We have department heads here, and the only thing we got to do is go talk to them. That's all we got to do. If I don't understand something, just go talk to that department head. You don't need to blast it here. Go talk to that department head, and they'll explain everything and how it's supposed to work and how it goes. To our Madam Clerk, Phyllis, thank you. To our Secretary, Sophia, I thank you. They have a lot of work to do, and Mr. B.A., they need some help, so we need to get some staff up in here for them. So we got to get some staff. To my council colleagues, it's about talking to each other. I think that we can't be hypocrites. You know what I mean? We can't be. We can't. I knew how hard I fought for when we got the entry, New Jersey re-entry in Montgomery Street in Paterson. I knew how hard I fought because I know that people deserve second chances. You can't say somebody deserves a second chance and you don't give them a second chance. How you do that? How you fight for something? I want to say, Ibi Omar, you did what you did. You apologized. People deserve second chances. Mm-hmm. Because just think about it, if you had a child and nobody wanted to give them their second chance, people better remember, you got kids, you got cousins, you got brothers, you got sisters, and when somebody out there don't want to help them, what do you say? I always believe people deserve a second chance. Omar, welcome to the City Council here in the City of Paterson. Ebby, to you all out there, there's a lot of things that we can get done, and I know we can, so let's just work together. And see what we can do. Because if I know somebody that I can refer you to, why would I try to keep it to myself and not give it to you so they can help you? Because then this way you can then share it with someone else. So everyone out there, thank you for watching our council meeting, everyone. God bless you all out there. There's a lot of stuff getting ready to go down the pipe. There's a lot of stuff getting ready to go down the pipe. With that being said, Madam Clerk, God bless you all out there. Have a good rest of the month. We do not meet no more till April 5th. 8th? 8th. No, we'll meet before that, but anyhow, with that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Councilwoman Cotton, Councilwoman Mims.
So just a few announcements to the public. Tomorrow's an emergency school board meeting at 6 o'clock at 90 Delaware.
They need to approve the budget.
Hold on. Let me just hold on. Thursday the 20th, I'm sorry. As you know, this item, they will be discussing the tax levy increase. It was voted down on last night. They were looking to increase taxes by 6%. Homeowners, please be present. As you know, here at the city, we have a memorandum of understanding with the state for 2%. So make sure you go to these other entities and make your voices heard. That's on Thursday at 6 o'clock. On Friday, I want to thank Ms. Ingrid Laranza. She will be having an event for domestic violence, a gala at the Brownstone at 7 o'clock. Tickets are $150. Please keep our family in prayer. My cousin's funeral is this Friday. And then this Saturday, Passaic County African American women will be having their gala on this Saturday afternoon at 12 o'clock. If you need tickets, you can see myself or Councilwoman Cotton. To our community at large, let's keep praying for each other. Let's keep walking in peace. Let's make sure that we walk in right standing. And the best thing to do is give people their flowers while they can smell them. God bless you. I don't think we're going to violate the sunshine law tonight. I think we'll be done before 12. Yes. Madam Clerk, with that stated, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Mims. Councilman Omar,
I'm going to speak for 7 minutes to make sure they break the law.
your vote?
Before I do vote, I just want to wish, because we won't have a meeting till April 8th, I just want to wish everyone a Ramadan Kareem and Eid Mubarak. We'll see you guys April 8th. And to also please keep people 5,000 miles away in your prayers, specifically in Gaza. Let's pray for peace. My vote is yes. Good night, Paterson.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Udine?
Yes. Thank you, Madam Clerk. So Paterson, it's almost midnight. So we have voted for so many great things today in support of our city. And as my council colleague, Ibi Ibrahim, wished everyone Ramadan Kareem. And this is the Ramadan time, and I take the opportunity to go in different mosques to say Taraweeh and meet the community members. And also to break fast with different communities as well. So this is a great and blessed month for all of us. And since we are not going to see each other before the Eid al-Fitr, I wished all the Muslims living in the city of Paterson and beyond Eid Mubarak in advance. Let's pray for each other. Let's pray for our city. With that being said, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Velez.
First of all, I want to say thank you to all the women that got honor at this past event. Huh?
They didn't give us our flowers. The men did not give us our flowers.
Yeah, Mendez and Uding and all the males.
Flower
I already gave my flowers in advance.
Go ahead,
So
Councilman.
I want to say thank you to all the honorees that attended, also the employees and that attended the event. It was a beautiful, beautiful event. And listen, I do it for the community, and I think everybody enjoyed it. Trust me, people are still talking about it, and I think that God is good when He's in the midst. Thank you for those that allow me to honor them.
I love it.
And this is not going to be the last one. So congratulations to all of you. If you was not honored this time, there's other events that we're going to honor you. And moving forward, we're going to do this with the blessing of God. I just want to also announce I had a meeting today with the superintendent of schools. We're going to have a forum at school number 2 the next Thursday, the 27th of March at 6 o'clock at school number 2. The only item is going to be in the agenda is to discuss the plans of school number 3 moving forward with the community input. Okay? There's a lot of misinformation out there. The registry of school number 3 have going down, so we have to merge. And well, we're going to speak about that there, and I hope the parents comes. The only thing we're going to discuss is moving forward with school number 3 that's going to be beneficial to all the parents in the area, especially the residents of the 5th Ward. Yes, Abraham Omar and Corporate Council, I was today in my doctor's office, and as you know, you guys know who is he. This morning, about 6 o'clock in the morning, I received a breaking news, and that breaking news was this airstrike or the military action of, yes, and it's sad, 400 people died in one shot. We need to pray for Palestine. We need to pray for the people of Gaza. And let me tell you something. I don't get
4 people.
Easy threat. I don't care what the President of the United States has in his mind, but I know that I am a United States citizen. I have freedom of speech, and I will stand what is injustice. And we're going to pray. We're going to pray for the people of Palestine, and also from the other side too, because we need a ceasefire. Put the money where your mouth is, you know what I'm saying, for the real stuff. They are suffering. I don't even want to see my island going through what they're going through. Trust me. We don't want to see Dominican Republic. We don't want to see any hemisphere of the earth going what this is going through. And we pray. We pray for you. We pray for the family that are here in the United States. It's not easy. It's not easy. Corporation Council, it's not easy. I just imagine. So saying that, Madam Clerk, thank you for your diligent work, working with our department, our constituents. We still have opening. Well, we still have the opening? Yes, we still have opening and the 2 positions in the City Council Secretary position and also in the clerk office. Please go to, it's closed. But just in case nobody wants the salary, probably they're not going to come.
Give a minute left.
Yes. And so, Melinda, thank you for being patient up there. See, Melinda like to be up there.
Councilwoman, we're in a roll call,
Thank you, Rafael Gonzalez, for all the work you've done out there with this Channel 77 and trying to keep us nice and neat. As you noticed, the floor was fixed. Council President, thank you. Harry Savallo, we keep on praying for your dad and your family. One question I have to just ask. Where is the part-time BA we have?
Okay.
That you could write me an email.
So after.
You could write an email or whatever, have a sidebar conversation, but we want to know because it's a salary. So saying that, thank you to the 2 police officers and thank you for the community. Let's pray for peace in the city of Paterson and making sure that we move forward this city because this city is really great. Trust me, it's really great. And we prove it Sunday. We prove it Sunday. And Friday, and Friday for your event, and all the events that have been done since the 27th and all that. And now this event that Councilman will have this week, it also, and moving forward, we're going to celebrate. I excuse myself. I already explained with him why. God bless you all. And just in case, to my lovely wife, I love you. I do. Thank you for making me a good man every day. That's a history. Yes, I am. God bless you all. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Council President?
Don't break the quorum, council member. Let me just vote. But it's important to say thank you to the resident of the city of Paterson. Today we have 23 speakers. Everybody stood within the 3 minutes, in a few seconds. And I want to say thank you. This is a proof that we could definitely be effective in this council chamber. We have 70 plus items on the agenda. We went through 76 items, 23 speakers, and it's 12 o'clock. We finished our agenda and we finished city business. I want to say thank you to our clerk. Madam Clerk, thank you. Ms. Phyllis, Sophia, thank you. So we need those positions filled. We only have 2 secretaries on this side. And I know our clerk and our secretary, they're working hard, extremely hard. Corporation Council, thank you, brother, my big brother. Always thank you for being there, working hand in hand with us to do what is right for the city. Mr. Harry, thank you. I want to put this into the record. You are our VA at this moment. I want to make sure that you get compensated as our VA. During the day, you have another role, which is our purchasing agent. I was very clear with DCA that you need to be compensated with the role that you're doing, with the function that you're doing. You are great. You're putting the city first, and let's keep you, Father, in our prayer. God is great, and I want to say thank you for, just giving so much to the city of Paterson. Paterson, let's pray for our community. And I say in the beginning that as a council members, our job is to legislate. But when you are a councilman in the city of Paterson, you have to pick up the phone and you have to address people in need. There was one of my constituents, he's a senior, almost 67 years old, nothing to eat, sick. It's my job. I got to do it. I went to the supermarket. I got some grocery. I deliver it. That's what we got to do. This is our city. We have a lot of people struggling. Sometimes you have people that they come in front of the mic, oh, that's not your job. Giving turkeys, not your job. Assembly Wimberley says something that I'm keeping this in my mind. It's not about the turkey. It's not about the gift. It's about the hug that you could give to that person. It's about being connected with that person. A lot of people, they complain, what are you doing to make our city better? That's my question. And there's always something that you could do to make our city better. Let's work together. Let's clean our city. To the administration, I gave my recommendation about the bulk pickup situation. Let's change that to clean our city, and let's pray for our community. Yes. Council Cali, thank you. Thank you. We have a very effective meeting today. Very effective. Let's continue doing the work that we've been elected to do, and let's be the role model that our community needs. There's a lot of violence out there. Sometimes, the way you're conducting yourself here in the chamber, that's what people are looking at. That's the example that you're sending out. You cannot talk about changing Paterson, make our city better, when you don't reflect what you want to see in the community. God bless you all. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk. Good night, Paterson.
Thank you, Council President. The votes are 6 in favor, 3 absent, The regular meeting of March 18th, 2025 is hereby adjourned. Good night, Paterson.
Thank you, Rafael Gonzalez. Thank you. We finished early. Emelinda, thank you. All right. And Omar is back from Santo Domingo. He's not allowed to travel in a year now. You know, he's been banned from traveling for a year.